Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government bills, Commons. Resuming debate, third reading. Bill C-22, an act respecting the mandatory reporting of Internet child pornography by persons who provide an Internet service.
Debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address this bill at its third reading. Mr. Speaker, I think as always it's important that we recognize the support this bill has had throughout many, many years, actually. But currently that all parties are supportive of this bill, and so it clearly will go through. I think the opportunity we have for the short amount of debate we're going to have on it, probably finishing today, we need to set in context how it came to be this far into the process, why it's taken so long, and the usefulness that the procedures that we're putting in place, that we're mandating, will have. So, and there's a big component here, Mr. Speaker. I would hope that both in this debate, as Canadians are listening to the debate and have up to this point, and on an ongoing basis, there's a public education aspect to this bill, because if it's going to be useful, we need greater cooperation from individuals who use the Internet on a regular basis. Mr. Speaker, to set the context, the bill is really requiring, it'll mandate now, that those companies that provide service, that provide servers for the Internet, if they come across what they consider to be child pornography, that they must report it. That's the first major element of the bill. The second element is that if they have to report to a specific agency, yet to be established, Mr. Speaker, but it will be identified, and all service providers will be made aware of who that agency is. They have to report to them, and if they are then either by the agency or by a police force advised that in fact they believe it is child pornography and an investigation is going to go on, that they have to hold that material. You have to retain the material for a 21-day period. So those are the two components, and I'm sorry, the 21-day period is to give police and prosecutors sufficient time to get a warrant, to access the data, and in fact to be able to trace back this material to its source. And so that they need the 21 days, our prosecutors need the 21 days to get a judicial warrant to get access to that information, and then further investigation to trace it back. So that essentially is what the bill is about. To set it in its context of why this is so important, first thing I would point out, Mr. Speaker, is that there actually was an NDP member prior to 2000 who had a private member's bill dealing with some aspects, these aspects and a couple more, way back in the late 1990s. The subsequent Liberal governments did nothing to move on this. I think I'm accurate in that, and if they did, they introduced the bill really late in 2004, 2005. This government picked it up, Conservative government picked it up in 2006, but here we are now in 2010, almost 2011. In fact, this clearly will not likely become law until 2011, by the time it gets through the Senate and Royal Assent. So a full 5 years. And Mr. Speaker, what has happened in that period of time is more children have been abused. Our police officers and prosecutors and judges have all been hamstrung to a significant degree in terms of dealing with child pornography on the Internet because they haven't had these tools. And in that period of time, this government, as much as the Justice Minister in particular and the Prime Minister stand up regularly in this House and in public and accuse the opposition parties of slowing down bills, this one included, reality is in that period of time, this government went to an election, even though they said they would go to a fixed date election. They broke that promise and stalled this bill. We've had 2 prorogations. Both times this bill or its predecessors were stalled as well. And we've lost, in effect, a full 5 years, Mr. Speaker, when we could have had this law. And in fact, we should have had it as much as 10 years ago. So it's a real shame. Because, Mr. Speaker, what it does in terms of the ability of our police forces in particular is it allows us as a police force, our police enforcement agencies, to get at this material. And, Mr. Speaker, it's really important to understand something else that happened in Canada. Dave Gillespie, who's a police officer out of Toronto, was working on trying to deal with child pornography and child sexual abuse more generally, and became really frustrated by the lack of technology. And what he did on his own initiative, and he's really a Canadian hero in this regard, is he sent a letter to Bill Gates, Microsoft, and said, we need help. We cannot trace this material, which has exploded on the internet. We've always had child pornography. You can go back into ancient Greece, ancient Egypt, and find child pornography. But what happened, Mr. Speaker, with the advent of the internet and easy access by billions of people around the globe, is that the child pornographers got this material onto the internet in huge volumes. What Dave Gillespie found was that they couldn't trace this material back. Most of this material does not come out of Canada. A chunk of it comes out of the United States. We can disagree on how much, and a large chunk of it comes out of Eastern Europe and parts of Asia. And what we were trying to do, Mr. Speaker, what Mr. Gillespie was trying to do, was to be able to trace this back. And we've found, and these are facts, we have found that this material at times will go through as many as 50 different servers. And so what he said to Bill Gates in that letter was, we just don't have the technology to trace this back. There's all sorts of walls built into the internet that we can't break through. Can you help us? And to their great credit, Mr. Gates and his corporation provided resources to the tune of about $10 million in both actual dollars and in terms of his staff. And they built a software program where, in fact, we are now able to trace back quite successfully this material back to its very source. We have the problem, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be quite frank on this, that we have various countries where when we have traced it back, there's no ability, or in some cases no willingness on their part to shut these servers down and to prosecute the people who put it up originally. And that is an ongoing problem. We need international cooperation. But what has happened, Mr. Speaker, is Canada has now become known that we are the ones who developed this with the help of Mr. Gates and his company. We have developed that technology to be able to trace it back. So, back to this bill and why it's so important. You can understand, Mr. Speaker, that if the service providers now have a mandate, a legislated mandate, that if they identify it, they pass that information on to this new agency that's going to be created. One of the agencies that we believe that will be in competition for this role is the Cyber Tips out of Manitoba. And, Mr. Speaker, what happened there was modeled after a program that had started in the UK, in England. They established a center in Manitoba, in Winnipeg, that regularly searches the internet to try to find these sources and then passes that on to police agencies to actually try to track it down. So they've been doing that since, I believe their federal funding came in 2004, 2005 under the then Liberal government. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I remember at the time criticizing the government for not giving them enough money because they didn't. And we heard them. They came and testified before the committee on this bill and acknowledge that there's a good deal of additional work they would like to be doing to be able to trace this material, to identify it and trace it, and help the police in that regard. But what they do, Mr. Speaker, at its very essence, is people call them and say, look, I just found this site that has child pornography on it. They then identify it, look at it, say, yeah, this is likely to be prosecutable, and they pass it on to either Canadian police forces or to Canadian police forces who then pass it on to international ones. It's been very successful. Again, it's not properly funded. There's a lot of work that they would like to be doing. The director, when she came, was quite clear that easily they could be doubling their workforce to be able to cope with, again, that huge volume that I've mentioned before of child pornography on the internet. So they're one of the potential agencies that may be identified under this legislation, under regulations under this legislation, as the group you go to, the agency you go to do the reporting. We expect there may be other agencies who will bid in once we've set up under the regulations the criteria for the agency and how and what their mandate will be. This is a very positive development, Mr. Speaker, in terms of fighting child pornography. There isn't an individual in this House and very few Canadians who aren't totally revolted by this material. You know, we see, and in one of the previous bills where we were dealing with the issue of child luring in that case, some material was shown to the committee in camera. And I guess I've had, from my practice, Mr. Speaker, I can say I've had exposure to this and other, when I was doing some criminal work. But it is just absolutely revolting what we see, especially when it's very, very young children, babies, you know, can't even walk yet, and involved by adults in sexual practices, sexual abuse, obviously. And so moving on this is just absolutely crucial. And again, I'm very critical of both the two previous the current government and the previous government, that it has taken us this long to get to this stage. Mr. Speaker, when you look at what will happen now, our police officers will be quite significantly moving forward because of the ability now to gather this material, requiring the service providers who see this as much as anybody does, that they will be able to have in effect a whole greater number of people who will be reporting that this material exists, where it exists. And then as the secondary part of this bill, the ability to get a quick search warrant to access the address, not only just the website, which they've obviously already identified, but be able to trace that back, again, because of that software program that has been developed through Microsoft. So it's going to make it much more effective in fighting this scourge. Mr. Speaker, we can't downplay just the huge volume. I mean, there's speculation that not only child pornography, but pornography overall, that it takes up as much as 50% of all of the material that's on the internet internationally. And child pornography forms a significant part of that. So we're going to be able to, Mr. Speaker, move as a government, as a country, very dramatically. We're going to be continue to take a leadership role in this. And that leadership role is recognized internationally. Hopefully, as we press other governments who, as I said earlier, are not willing or don't have the capacity to go after these service providers and actually get to the sites where the child pornography is coming from, we at the international level have to continue to do that and be as forceful as we can. The estimate that I've seen, and I think these are reasonably accurate, that less than 1 or 2% of this material is produced in Canada. Because of some previous legislation we passed, and because of this material, this technology that Microsoft developed for us, we have, in fact, since that technology came online and was available to people like Mr. Gillespie, I'm referring to him as Mr. Gillespie because he's left the police force and set up a nonprofit agency to continue to fight child pornography. But from the time that technology became available, we have identified a few sites in Canada where child pornography is being produced. And of course, we've shut them down. But we need to be doing more in terms of advocating at the international level, pressuring governments, particularly in Eastern Europe and Asia, to be more proactive at investigating these sites in their countries, shutting them down, and prosecuting the producers. There's a significant element that has developed, again, mostly out of Eastern Europe and Asia, of organized crime producing this material. And, of course, making millions, if not billions of dollars off of it, Mr. Speaker, but in all cases where you're seeing children at a very young age, in some cases, being abused because of the pornographers. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention a couple of concerns that I do have about the legislation, and I urge the government to monitor this. One of the provisions in the legislation is that if the service providers do not comply with those two responsibilities, one to report when they identify it and to save the material for that 21-day period, they can be prosecuted. I have to say the penalties seem to be quite mild by comparison with other penalties that this government has imposed in the child pornography area. And there seems to be some deference on the part of the government because these are corporate criminals. So I have some difficulty with that, Mr. Speaker. We're going to have to monitor it. The other problem with it, though, is that, and I do not understand the rationale behind this, is that they put a maximum of a two-year limit when people can be charged. And it's certainly not beyond the pale at all, I would think, that we would find a number of companies who are service providers who, in fact, we identify after 2 years, that they've gone through all this period of time when they did know this type of material was on their sites and did not report it, or those occasions when they did report it, didn't keep the material. Now, in the secondary case, we'll know and we'll be able to charge them within that 2-year time limit. But for those service providers who identify material and do not report it, it's quite conceivable. It's almost a certainty, I would think, we're going to find some of them who have done it over a longer period of 2 years, and we're not going to be able to prosecute them. And I heard no argument, quite frankly, from the government as to why they picked that arbitrary period of 2 years. Because you can think of any other sections in the criminal code that does not have a 2-year time limit in terms of the right to prosecute. The other concern we did have, Mr. Speaker, and I want to address this because I know I raised it when I spoke on this bill at second reading, we had some concerns that there were small service providers who would not be able to comply. And I just want to assure maybe the House and Canadians generally, we asked, there's an association of those service providers. They're a very small percentage of the overall market now. The large service providers take up, we think, as much as 90-95% of the market. But we asked the Association of the Small Service Providers to attend and explain whether there was any concern they had over this bill, and they said there was no need for them to appear. They were satisfied that they could comply with the law. So that has been taken care of as far as we can tell, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, this is a very good bill with that one concern over the length of time that we have to prosecute, to charge and prosecute. We'll have to continue to monitor that. And the other thing that we have to do, and I mean this is very clear from the evidence we took on the bill and on other legislation we've worked on with regards to child pornography and child sexual abuse more generally, is that we have a responsibility, I believe, because of the leadership role we've taken up to this point, as slow as it has been in some occasions, and we're still further ahead than a lot of other countries, but that we have to continue at the international level to be pressing governments to build a capacity to fight this scourge, and then if they do identify, have the political will to prosecute and to prosecute vigorously, to shut these sites down and to prosecute the producers of the material. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his comments regarding this bill. And it has been discussed before, but this government, this minister, is announced that she was putting $42 million more towards police efforts to essentially play cat and mouse with a bunch of criminals who simply, move to a different jurisdiction. So the question has been raised as to whether or not the government looked at best practices in other jurisdictions. For example, Sweden, which evidently just simply blocks pornography sites, and Germany as well. And other countries have other types of rules. So why would we, if we have that as an option, if we can simply block it, why would we not stop torturing ourselves and spending all sorts of taxpayers' money chasing these people when the odds are against us catching them in the first place, because they move, as the members indicated, they move between sites, between countries. Why wouldn't we just simply block the sites if that option was available?
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
It's a very good question, Mr. Speaker. I can't say that it came up much in the discussion on this bill. On a prior bill, again dealing with child luring over the internet in particular, there was discussion of that. The only answer that I've had, and I don't want to sound like I'm defending the government's position, the only answer we got of any merit was, again, the problem of identifying the sites. You obviously can't block them unless you know where they are. So this bill will move us forward in that, and I would hope, based on all of the indications we've got and what's happened in countries like Sweden, that in fact we would move to that. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, if I can just take another minute. I did a lot of work on public safety for a period of time, and again, Canadian, within our CSC agency, we have some very, very advanced technology that if they shared that with our police forces, we would be able to do this blocking as effectively as any government that I've been able to identify, including the United States. We have technology sort of in our spy agencies that is as effective as any. The Chinese may be ahead of us on this because they're doing a great deal of blocking in China right now. And but we have the technology in Canada, and we can do the blocking. As I said, though, we would have to make that available from our spy agencies and those services to our regular police forces.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my second question and concern deals with the issue of offenses. For example, in the case of individuals, we're talking about $1,000 for a first offense, $5,000 for a second offense, and with a maximum of $10,000 or 6 months for a third offense. And for corporations, we're talking about $10,000 for the first offense, $50,000 for the second offense, and $100,000 for a third offense. And I would expect that at the end of the day, if you strip away the veils, you'll find that these pornographic sites are largely owned and run by criminal enterprises. And I would be wondering whether or not these fines would be high enough, because perhaps they could be seen as nothing more than the cost of doing business by criminal organizations. I mean, they don't seem high enough to stop people that are making millions and millions of dollars on these types of sites. So I'd like to ask the member whether he personally thinks that these and I recognize that we can always increase them in the future if after a certain period of time we find out that they're not high enough. But it just seemed to me at the beginning, if we're dealing with organized crime, perhaps we're not dealing with tough enough penalties here or high enough penalties.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Well, I think we have to be careful. Thank you for the question, but I think we have to be careful in recognizing who those fines would be applied against. They would not be applied against, because we have other laws that can do that. They would not be applied against people who are producing the child pornography. They're obviously the ones we want to get at. These are the ones, these fines apply to individuals or companies who are service providers who have not cooperated and not submitted, in effect, to the requirements of this legislation. There is no question, and this is back to the point I made earlier about my concern over the limit on 2 years. If we have a large corporation who provides a large amount of the service in this country, who consistently has not complied with the legislation, and we identify that, we could find ourselves after the 2-year period only identifying it then and not being able to prosecute. If it's within the 2-year period, but they have consistently done this, and we finally identify that, it seems to me the fines in that setting are too low. What you'd want is some relationship to the amount of revenue that they've generated from those sites during that period of time, before we got a chance to shut them down. So that would be a more appropriate system for fining them. But with regards to organized crime and the other individuals or small groups who are producing this material, we have other penalties for them, most of which include fairly substantial periods of time of incarceration.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did pay attention to the member's concern about the 2-year limit not being long enough. And I'd ask him to explain that a little further. And we were, when we looked into this whole issue, we found that Canada was a large producer and hoster of this type of activity, with like 9% of the worldwide number of sites. As a matter of fact, the United States was the largest. They had 49% of the total sites. Russia was 20%. Japan 4.3%, and South Korea 3.6%. And we recognize that when efforts are being made to stamp these sites out, that they'll simply move on to other jurisdictions. So this is a long-term effort here that's going to have to be waged by jurisdictions. It just seems to me that we should be looking at best practices. We should be looking at the Swedish situation. I don't know whether anyone at committee dealt with that particular issue. So I'd ask the member to deal with that issue as well, the 2-year limits, and also the question whether or not anybody, witnesses were brought in who could give us some inside information about how the system is working in Sweden and other countries, including China.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, thank you, my friend from Winnipeg, for the question. With regards to the best practices elsewhere on this bill, no, there were no witnesses called with regards to this, because we see this bill as one that transits us into, as a society, into those next steps, which hopefully will be coming. But we did not. We have had some of that evidence on previous bills. With regards to the time limit, again, I have no sense of any other jurisdiction that is placed, and I say that in the sense that I have looked at some other jurisdictions. No one else has placed this time limit on. And I really could not understand the position. It was almost to the point of saying to the government, why don't you just take this out of here, let the general time limits that do apply in the code apply, but it had no sense from the government that they were prepared to make any compromise and withdraw this section, or if not withdraw it, extend the period of time when prosecution could be brought against the service providers if they breached the legislation.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh, a very brief question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can recall back to June, I believe it was, of 2008, when I was in the Manitoba legislature, and we dealt with the whole issue of cybertip.ca, and at that time it seemed to have been a good idea. We supported it, but I think the history of cybertip.ca has been rather positive, but the member is actually fairly knowledgeable in this area, so I'd ask him to give us an update on that. And it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, that we've got more answers out of this member today than we've been able to get from any government member on this issue throughout the entire debate. Matter of fact, we rarely do see any government.
Order. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh has the floor. A very brief response.
Well, on CyberTip, they're an excellent agency. They're very committed to the work that they're doing. But again, as I said in my speech, the director who was here and gave evidence made it very clear that they could be doing a heck of a lot more. There's public education they would like to do, and that's where they need the additional resources.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Clement, move that Bill C-22, an act respecting the mandatory reporting of Internet child pornography by persons who provide an Internet service, be now read a third time and do pass. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered.
Ce projet de loi, third reading of this bill.
Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. A debate at second reading of Bill C-54, the Protecting Children from Sexual Predators Act.
Ms. Oda, for Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Ms. Ambrose, moves that Bill C-54, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Sexual Offences Against Children, be now read a second time and refer to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to commence second reading debate on Bill C-54, an act to amend the Criminal Code with respect to sexual offences against children, also known as Protecting Children from Sexual Predators Act. Bill C-54 fulfills the Speech from the Throne 2010 commitment to increase the penalties for child sexual offences. It builds on other concrete measures already taken by this government to tackle violent crime and, in particular, safeguard children against sexual offenders. For example, the Tackling Violent Crime Act of 2008 raised the age of consent to sexual activity from 14 to 16 years of age to better protect Canadian youth against adult sexual predators. The same act also provided all Canadians with better protection against dangerous offenders by providing police, Crown prosecutors, and the courts with much-needed tools to more effectively manage the threat posed by individuals at very high risk to reoffend sexually and violently. In addition to reflecting the government's unwavering commitment to tackle violent crime, Bill C-54 addresses something that is near and dear to the hearts of all Canadians, namely the protection of our children against sexual predators. There are many issues on which parliamentarians may disagree, but the protection of children against sexual exploitation should never be one of them. Bill C-54's proposals have two objectives. One, to ensure that all form of child sexual abuse, irrespective of how they are charged, are always treated as serious offences for sentencing purposes. And secondly, to prevent the commission of sexual offences against a child. Currently, an individual who commits the sexual abuse and exploitation of a child victim can be charged and prosecuted under either child-specific sexual offences or under general sexual offences that apply equally to adult and child victims. In deciding how to proceed, police and Crown prosecutors take many factors into consideration, including the facts and circumstances of the case and which offence best applies to those facts and circumstances, including the attendant penalty for the possible offences. The penalties that are imposed for child-specific sexual offences differ significantly from those imposed for the general sexual offences in one key respect. 12 of the child sexual offences carry mandatory minimum penalties, whereas none of the general offences impose any mandatory minimum penalties. And no less troubling, not all child-specific sexual offences carry minimum penalties. Bill C-54 proposes to change this, to ensure that mandatory minimum penalties apply in all sexual assaults where the victim is a child. Some may think that this discrepancy is irrelevant in practice, perhaps thinking that the majority of child sexual assaults are charged under the child-specific offences and therefore are subject to mandatory minimum penalties. In fact, sadly, this is not the case. In 2008, 80% of all sexual assaults of children reported to police were charged under the general sexual assault offence in Section 271 of the Criminal Code, sometimes referred to as a Level 1 sexual assault. 19% were charged under one of the child-specific or other sexual offences, such as, for example, Sexual 151, sexual interference, and the remaining 1% were charged under the two most serious general sexual assault offences, Levels 2 and 3 sexual assault, namely sexual assault with a weapon, threats to a third party, or causing bodily harm under Section 272, and aggravated sexual assault under Section 273. From a sentencing perspective, this means that in 81% of all sexual assault cases involving child victims in 2008, there was no mandatory minimum sentence. I recognize that there are some who will say that this does not matter because, irrespective of the starting point, the sentence ultimately imposed must reflect the facts and circumstances of each case and must always denounce and deter child sexual abuse. Mr. Speaker, in our view, that is simply not good enough. This government and the majority of Canadians take the position that the deterrence and denunciation of the child sexual exploitation of children must be strong, and it must be consistently reflected in the sentences imposed in all of these cases. This means that the starting point for any sentence calculation must be a sentence of imprisonment and not a conditional sentence of imprisonment or house arrest, as is sometimes called. So this is the first thing that Bill C-54 proposes to do to ensure consistency. It proposes to impose a mandatory minimum penalty in all sexual offenses where the victim is a child. Bill C-54 proposes to add mandatory minimum penalties to 7 offenses that do not currently impose mandatory minimum penalties. These offenses are, and apologies to those listening, the content is not the type of thing that anyone really wants to talk about. Section 155, incest. Section 160, sub 3, bestiality in the presence or by a child. Section 172.1, internet luring of a child. Section 173, sub 2, exposure to a person under 16 years. Section 271, sexual assault where the victim is under 16 years of age. Section 272, sexual assault with a weapon, threats or causing bodily harm where the victim is under 16 years of age. And Section 273, aggravated sexual assault where the victim is under 16 years of age. It's unfortunate that we even have to contemplate these things, Mr. Speaker. The second thing that Bill C-54's sentencing reforms will do is to ensure that the mandatory minimum penalties, or MMPs, imposed are commensurate for each offense and consistent with other offenses. Take, for example, the child-specific offense of invitation to sexual touching in Section 152 of the Criminal Code. It is a hybrid or dual procedural offense. When proceeded with summarily, the offense carries an MMP of 14 days and a maximum of 18 months. On indictment, it carries an MMP of 45 days and a maximum of 10 years. Clearly, these MMPs do not adequately reflect the correct starting point for calculating the sentence for that offense. The MMPs for sexual touching are also inconsistent with those provided in other offenses, such as making child pornography in Section 163.1 sub 2, which carries an MMP of 90 days and a maximum of 18 months on summary conviction, and an MMP of 1 year and a maximum of 10 years on indictment. Accordingly, Bill C-54 imposes higher MMPs for 7 existing child-specific sexual offenses. Section 151, sexual interference. Section 152, invitation to sexual touching. Section 153, sexual exploitation. Subsection 163.1 sub 4, possession of child pornography. Subsection 163.1 4.1, accessing child pornography. Paragraph 170 sub B, parent or guardian procuring unlawful sexual activity with a child under 16 or 17 years. And paragraph 171 sub B, householder permitting unlawful sexual activity with a child aged 16 or 17 years. As an example, for the offense of sexual interference in Section 151, where the maximum penalty on indictment is 10 years, the proposed MMP would be increased from 45 days to 1 year of imprisonment. And for the offense of possessing child pornography under subsection 163.1 sub 4, where the maximum penalty on indictment is 5 years, the proposed MMP would be increased from 45 days to 6 months imprisonment. On summary conviction for the same offenses, and for which the maximum penalty is 18 months imprisonment, the proposed MMP would be increased from 14 to 90 days. Bill C-54 also seeks to prevent the commission of a sexual assault against a child. It does so through 2 types of reforms: through the creation of 2 new offenses, and by requiring courts to consider imposing conditions prohibiting convicted or suspected child sex offenders from engaging in conduct that may facilitate their offending. Many child sex offenders engage in practices that will facilitate their offending. For example, they may seek out occupations or recreational activities that put them in close contact with children. They may befriend children who they perceive to be in need of friendship or even financial help, and then exploit that friendship by engaging in unlawful sexual activity with the child. They may provide the child with aids such as sexually explicit materials to lower their sexual inhibitions, or they may make arrangements with another person that will result in the commission of a sexual offense against a child. Bill C-54 proposes to better address this preparatory conduct by creating two new offenses. The first offense would prohibit a person from making sexually explicit material available to a young person for the purpose of facilitating the commission of a sexual or abduction offense against the young person. Child sex offenders often give such material to their victims to lower their sexual inhibitions and or to show them the conduct they want the child victim to engage in, or to make the child believe that other children do this too. It is already an offense to provide such material for any purpose where it constitutes child pornography. Bill C-54 would make it an offense to provide other sexually explicit material to a young person for this purpose. The offense would apply to transmitting, making available, distributing, or selling such material to a young person for this purpose, and would apply whether it is provided directly in a face-to-face encounter or over the Internet. Bill C-54 proposes a clear definition of sexually explicit material, a definition that is consistent with its use and interpretation in the child pornography Section 163.1 of the Code and voyeurism Section 162 offenses. And the proposed new offense would clearly only apply where the material is provided for the purpose of facilitating the commission of an enumerated sexual or abduction offense against that child. This for the purpose criteria is used in the existing Internet luring of a child offense in Section 172.1 and was recently interpreted by the Supreme Court of Canada in the R. V. Laguerre decision of 2009 as applying to preparatory conduct that helps to bring about or to make it easier or more probable for the young person to participate in the prohibited conduct. The proposed new offense would be subject to mandatory minimum penalties and a maximum penalty of 6 months imprisonment on summary conviction and 2 years on indictment. The second new offense proposed by Bill C-54 would prohibit using telecommunications, such as the Internet, to agree or make arrangements with another person to commit one of the enumerated sexual or abduction offenses against a child. This offense was previously included in Bill C-46, the Investigative Powers for the 21st Century Act, that I had introduced in the previous session of Parliament and that died on the order paper with prorogation. Of course, the I in that paragraph referred to the Minister of Justice. In addition to the new MMP and a more accurate marginal note or title for this proposed offense, it has also been modified from the former C-46 version to ensure consistency with the other new offense being proposed by Bill C-54 and with the existing luring a child offense of subsection 172.1, all of which follow a similar approach. For example, the listing of offenses in each of these three offenses will now all be consistent. Similarly, all three offenses would be added to the child sex tourism provision in subsection 7 sub 4.1, which would provide extraterritorial jurisdiction for a Canadian prosecution of a Canadian citizen or permanent resident who engages in one of the enumerated child sexual offenses while abroad. Coordinating amendments with Bill S-2, the Protecting Victims of Sex Offenders Act, are also proposed to ensure consistent treatment of these offenses for the purposes of the Sex Offender Information Registration Act and DNA provisions in the Criminal Code. This proposed new offense will fill a gap in our existing law. Currently, the existing prohibition against the Internet luring of a child in subsection 172.1 applies to communications between the offender and the child. This new offense would apply to communications between, for example, two adults who arrange or make an agreement that would, in essence, result in the sexual assault of a child. The new offense would better address this preparatory conduct and help to prevent the commission of the actual sexual assault against a child. Bill C-54 also seeks to prevent convicted or suspected child sex offenders from having the opportunity to facilitate their offending. Finding access to a child or the opportunity to be alone with a child is a key for many child sex offenders. An increasing number of child sex offenders also use the Internet and other new technologies to facilitate the grooming of victims or to commit other child sex offenses. Currently, Section 161 of the Criminal Code requires a sentencing court, at the time of sentencing a person convicted of committing one of the enumerated child sexual or abduction offenses, to consider imposing a prohibition against the offender from frequenting places where children can reasonably be expected to be found, such as a playground or schoolyard, or from seeking or holding paid or volunteer positions of trust or authority over children, or from using a computer system for the purposes of communicating with a young person. Section 810.1 of the Code provides a comparable direction vis-a-vis conditions that could be imposed as part of a recognizant or peace bond against a person who is reasonably believed to be at risk of committing one of the enumerated child sex or abduction offenses. Bill C-54 proposes to expand the list of enumerated child sex offenses to include 4 procuring offenses. It would also broaden the list of prohibitions by directing a court to consider prohibiting the person from having any unsupervised access to a child under the age of 16 years, or from having any unsupervised use of the Internet. The objective of these conditions is to prevent the suspected or convicted child sex offender from being provided with the opportunity to sexually offend against a child or to use the Internet to facilitate such offending. In summary, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-54 builds upon numerous past and current legislative reforms and initiatives to better protect all children against sexual abuse and exploitation. It proposes sentencing reforms to ensure that all sexual assaults against a child victim are equally and strongly denounced and deterred through consistent and coherent mandatory minimum sentences. It also proposes reforms to prevent the commission of sexual assaults against children. I hope that all honourable members will support the expeditious enactment of these reforms to provide children with the protection they need and deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have one major concern with this bill, Mr. Speaker, and that's the provision of the sexually explicit material. And I understand the Supreme Court of Canada making reference to this, and it's common knowledge. Anybody, psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers who have worked in cases involving child sexual abuse is well aware of the techniques that pedophiles use to engage younger children and as well as teenagers by using sexually explicit material. But and this is the question I have to my to the parliamentary secretary and my colleague on the Justice Committee. I'm concerned that the way this bill has been drafted, and so I'm asking if they've analyzed, the Justice Department in particular has analyzed it from this perspective, as to whether, by the way they've drafted this section, as to whether it's going to be seen by the courts as a way of getting around the definition of child pornography as it exists in this country now, and the courts have found on a repeated number of cases, so that it's a technique to get around the definition, so that if this material that's shown to a young person does not amount to child pornography, are the courts going to say, well, that doesn't fit into the definition of child pornography, you're going way beyond the scope of child pornography, and strike the charges down because of that under the charter? There would be a charter argument. So I'm just asking if the department has looked at it from that perspective. I hope I've made my question clear enough. I know I've rambled a bit there.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question and for the statement that he made earlier today on Bill C-22, that all honourable members agree and have an interest in making our laws more restrictive to ensure that no child is ever sexually abused in Canada. With respect to his specific question, I can assure him that the department did look at the way the definitions of child pornography mesh with the provisions of material to a child for the purposes of grooming that child for sexual abuse, and it's the view of the government and the department that both will withstand any charter challenge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Peace River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to ask a question on this bill. As a father of two young girls, there is no bill that we're currently looking at that has more for parents like me to be concerned about than the safety of our own children. And so this bill goes a long ways to address some of the concerns that we have. I'm wondering if the parliamentary secretary would address the point. My understanding is that house arrest would no longer be one of the provisions that would be allowed for those people that have been convicted of some of these horrific crimes. I'm wondering if you could express to me an assurance that this bill does address the fact that these people that have been convicted of these horrific crimes won't be let out and be let back into the communities, many times in the same communities in which they committed their crimes to start with.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question and for his concern and the good work he does to protect children in all of the matters that he does, working on behalf of his constituents. And I can assure him that the provisions of Bill C-54 will remove the possibility of a conditional sentence for a child sexual offender and will in fact replace it with a series of mandatory minimum penalties ranging from 6 months to 18 months of incarceration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I certainly support the intent of this bill, I'm wondering whether or not we're going to see perhaps more of a move on the part of some of these people to engage in sex tourism in other countries. We've had that problem for many years, and the countries I know change over the years. Thailand was a big source for this activity, and I'm sure there's other countries. And so the question is the government have any plans or making any effort to make certain that we are enforcing our own sex tourism laws, and what sort of efforts are being made to deal with other countries to toughen up their own laws? Because if all we do is export the problem somewhere else, we're not really getting ahead on a worldwide basis.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. I can assure him that the Prime Minister and the Minister of Justice very frequently bring these issues up at international conferences, and as do our ambassadors and foreign affairs officials around the world, and continually make the case that other jurisdictions must pass the same kinds of legislation that we have here in Canada against child sex offences, and they must enforce them. And in that regard, as the member will know, because I know he listened intently to my speech, that I said a little earlier today that Bill C-54 includes a provision which will be in subsection 7.4.1 of the Criminal Code, which will provide extraterritorial jurisdiction for a Canadian prosecution of a Canadian citizen or permanent resident who engages in one of the enumerated child sexual offences while abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to ask the member whether the government has any plans for a criminal injuries compensation fund similar to the fund that we have in Manitoba since I guess it was the NDP government of Ed Schreier set it up in 1969 or 1970, and whether that, because there's a lot of damage, obviously, that's caused to people on a long-term basis, and is there any way that the government has for these victims of crime to receive compensation, or are there any plans afoot to have a federal victims compensation fund and provisions like that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member will know that this government has recently appointed a new victims ombudsman, Ms. Susan O'Sullivan, who is a lifelong career police officer and has an incredible amount of experience in law enforcement, and is bringing all of that experience to bear to advocate on behalf of victims and make sure that victims their interests are taken care of by our justice system. And he'll also know that our government has spent more than any other government on victim services, and in fact has increased the victim services budget this year. And we encourage all police officers, all current prosecutors, all law enforcement officials to bring these services to the attention of all victims. And of course, victims are the number one priority of this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh. A brief question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's Elmo Transcona. But, I do want to ask the member, it seems to me that the Criminal Injuries Compensation Fund idea that was started in Manitoba some 40 years ago is something that this government should look at, because it certainly fulfilled a very valuable function in my home province. And if the government is that concerned, as they say they are, and we believe they are, with the plight of victims in society, they should not only talk about it, but they should actually do something about it. Certainly, the experience with the previous holder of the office, was not happy with their lack of commitment to victims.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure the honourable member that the government is in close consultation with the Victims Ombudsman to enhance all services to victims, and we will take his suggestions and consider them in all seriousness. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the time for debate on at this stage. I'm going to move now to statements by members since it's almost 11 o'clock. I therefore, déclaration de député, statements by members. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to recognize the achievement of Peter Gow and Gow's Home Hardware in my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's. Gow's Home Hardware serves Bridgewater and the surrounding community and has a long history that can be traced back to a hardware store originally started by Robert Dawson in 1848. Wow. For the second time, Gow's Home Hardware has been given the singular honor of being recognized as the country's most outstanding hardware store. Peter Gow, the third-generation owner of Gow's Home Hardware, was awarded the Hardware Merchandising Magazine Store of the Year Award. Gow's Home Hardware is active in their community and always there to assist and cooperate. Congratulations to Peter Gow and his team at Gow's Home Hardware. Your hard work, service, and accomplishments are recognized by your community and your peers.
The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, each year on December 3rd, we celebrate International Day of Persons with Disabilities. International Day of Persons with Disabilities aims to promote a better understanding of disabilities issues with a focus on equal enjoyment of human rights, as well as ensuring integration into all aspects of political, social, economic, and cultural life. The recent report by the HRSDC Committee on the federal contribution to reducing poverty contains excellent recommendations to improve the lives of those living with disabilities, and I encourage the government to implement those recommendations. The Liberal Party is a proud supporter of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and we believe together we can help 650 million people worldwide and the 4.4 million people in Canada living with disabilities today enjoy their full human rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Today I want to highlight the dedicated and hard work of a volunteer who was never afraid to get involved in an exceptional cause. I'm referring to Mr. Jean-Léon Desmeules, who in June 1987 accepted to get involved in creating the BDAH Hospital Foundation. He was the founding president in 1988 and held the position until 2009. Without counting his hours, Mr. Desmeules worked tirelessly to recruit volunteers, to set up the foundation, and to organize fundraising activities for the hospital so that it could buy the equipment it needed. Mr. Desmeules is a man who made his mark in the Bay and in the Bas-Saguenay. In his eyes, the foundation meant understanding, belonging, generosity, donors, collaborators, volunteers and associations which all participated in developing and improving the Social Services Centre at Cleopa Claveau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the significant contributions the Windsor firefighters and the Salvation Army made in creating a more joyful Christmas for children in our community. Through the annual Sparky's Toy Drive, Windsor firefighters gather over 35,000 toys for more than 3,600 children. These toys are then distributed by the Salvation Army to families in need across the Windsor-Essex region. Many of the toys that are given are purchased through the Windsor Firefighters Benefit Fund. The annual kickoff dinner is one of the biggest fundraising events for the toy drive, but money is also raised through the Santa Claus Parade, Spitfire hockey games, and the generous support of our community. However, as the price of gifts continues to rise, so does the need for continued and increased financial support. The 2010 toy drive will soon come to an end, but the charitable work of the Windsor firefighters and the Salvation Army will continue throughout the year. Their compassionate efforts will help make Christmas a more memorable and joyful occasion for all children in our community.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the manufactured controversy known as ClimateGate has now been debunked by 5 reviews, including Britain's Royal Society and the U.S. National Academy of Sciences. All concluded that scientists had not, as critics allege, distorted scientific evidence about global warming. A major assessment earlier this year from the U.S. National Academy of Sciences confirmed the relationship between climate change and human activities. It also warned of growing risks from rising sea levels, drought, and disease that can only be addressed by quick action to reduce emissions. That's why I encourage our government to accelerate its efforts through the clean energy dialogue with the United States and at the climate change talks in Cancun, Mexico. Like the Acid Rain Treaty of the 1980s, Canada can lead the United States and negotiate a Canada-U.S. climate change treaty that would allow us, as North Americans, to combat climate change and increase the likelihood of an international deal before the Kyoto Protocol expires in 2012. We need to act quickly, Mr. Speaker, and we need to act now.
Honourable member for Mal. The honourable member for Malpet.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House to congratulate the Atlantic Beef Products Plant in Albany, PEI, for their recent culinary achievements. Atlantic Beef Products processes beef from the Maritimes, and they do so with from the farm to the plate in mind. Their product is getting rave reviews. As headlined in the local press, like a fine wine allowed to age, a group of national food experts has declared PEI beef as some of the finest in North America. The National Post's meat lessons expert Sam Gundy and his team from Oleaf visited farms, toured the plant, and sampled the excellence of PEI beef. Emphasizing the PEI production method, Mr. Gundy's article stated, quote, "All of this serves to explain why the beef tastes differently and why we think better. With its greater age before kill and unique diet, to use the beef has a more beefy taste, resembling what beef used to taste like. Congratulations to Atlantic Beef Plant and PEI producers for their superior product."
The honourable member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government strongly condemns the violence which occurred during the elections in Côte d'Ivoire. On behalf of the Government of Canada, we call on both parties to respect the people of Côte d'Ivoire's decision. Canada remains committed to ensuring a transparent electoral process. Yesterday, the Independent Electoral Commission announced that Alassane Ouattara had won the presidential election. Since then, the military has sealed all air, land and sea borders into Côte d'Ivoire and blocked international media broadcasts. These are very, very troubling developments, Mr. Speaker. Any dispute to the announced result must be dealt with in a legal and peaceful manner. Our government repeats its call for all stakeholders to remain calm and respect the democratic will of the citizens of Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Mr. Speaker, the vocal ensemble Les Tournesols from Boucherville is celebrating its 20th anniversary. The members making up this ensemble are an intergenerational model, varying in age from 20 to 75, approximately 70 singers pool their talent, much to the pleasure of their audiences. This choir has become a real institution in the community of Boucherville, and it's through organizations like this vocal ensemble, Les Tournesols, that Boucherville stands out as a cultural city, and I'm very proud of it. I'm eagerly awaiting their next show, entitled Christmas Over the Past 20 Years, during which they will revisit well-known songs from various countries and in different languages. I wish them a happy 20th anniversary and many more successful years to come.
Member for Nepean Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada strongly condemns recent violence in Egypt targeted at the Coptic Christian minority. Media reports note that the clashes erupted last week between police and hundreds of people protesting after authorities halted the construction of a church in Cairo. It was also reported that several people died and many more were injured. We also condemned the attacks of the Nag Hammadi, which singled out Christians for persecution in that country. We impress upon the government of Egypt to take a strong leadership role in protecting all religious freedom and religious tolerance within their borders. Canada is a strong supporter of religious freedom for believers of all faiths, and we encourage this House and the Egyptian government to respect the rights of the Coptic Christians who have an ancient future in that ancient history in that country, and we hope a bright future of freedom and security. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar.
It's today to honor the men and women who voluntarily contribute to society at local, national, and international levels. Established in 1985 by the United Nations, International Volunteer Day is celebrated every December 5th as a way of highlighting the true contributions of volunteers in our society, but to also thank the countless volunteers who donate their time and energy. As advocates, activists, board members, mentors, coaches, disaster relief workers, and firefighters, to name a few, Canada's 12.5 million volunteers help their community grow. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Liberal Party of Canada, I would like to thank volunteers across this country for their commitment to public service and encourage Canadians to get involved in their community. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my colleagues this week have spoken out about the key role men play in our efforts to put an end to violence against women. I'd like to tell you about a project, a provincial action group that provides shelter and transition homes for women who are victims of domestic violence, funded by Status of Women Canada in Quebec. It is a project, a pilot project for 900 young girls and boys in high school, and through a series of workshops for these students, as well as school workers, they learned to identify and point out violent relationships and how to react appropriately. But it doesn't stop there. Committees are being set up so the initiative will continue in schools. This program encourages young people to take a stand against violence and to be leaders in their community. This initiative is another example of the joint action of men, women, and girls and boys to put an end to violence against women. Thank you.
For Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support the call by the Ottawa-Carleton District School Board for tax fairness. In a letter to the Minister of Finance, our school trustees are calling for a full rebate of the HST payable by school boards. As you know, the HST has increased the costs in Ontario. Money that should be going to our students' education is being clawed back through the HST. Our school board in Ottawa estimates that a full rebate of the HST will mean $2.3 million in savings. That's a 25% increase in the funds available for upgrading our schools. It means new textbooks, new educational assistants, and new learning staff for students. It means new ESL teachers and multicultural liaison officers to support Ottawa's growing new Canadian population. Mr. Speaker, this is a simple solution to ensure we leave more money in the hands of our school boards to address our students' educational needs. I urge the government to listen to this school board's plea for immediate action.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to mark the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. No government has done more for Canadians with disabilities than our Conservative government. We introduced the historic Registered Disability Savings Plan to help parents and others save for the long-term financial security of a child, and I know we personally, as a couple, have benefited from that, having a child with those concerns and needs. We as a government also created the Enabling Accessibility Fund, which is making buildings and communities across the country more accessible.
Excellent.
We ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Just listen to what Al Etmansky from the Plan Institute had to say, and I quote, he said, "I believe this government is hands down the most effective federal champion that people with disabilities and their families have ever had." Close of quotes. Mr. Speaker, our government's initiatives are making a positive difference, and we will continue to support the full participation of Canadians with disabilities.
Very good. L'honorable
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the Bloc Québécois pressing and ongoing questions, the government reversed its decision to finally listen to reason and announce that it would extend the infrastructure program. Municipalities will therefore have an additional 7 months, in other words, until the end of October 2011, to finalize projects that were undertaken as part of this program. The Department of Municipal Affairs in Quebec and the Quebec Federation of Municipalities estimated that roughly 1/3 of all projects ran the risk of not being completed. This victory gained by the Bloc Québécois represents $220 million for Quebec. Bear in mind that the National Assembly had adopted a unanimous motion urging the federal government to listen to reason on this issue. Here's another concrete example showing the need for and the relevance of the Bloc Québécois in the House of Commons, standing up for Quebec and making gains on its behalf.
Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the forest fire in northern Israel has cost dozens of lives and has come close to the city of Haifa and many of its people and institutions, including Haifa University, which has just been evacuated. Canada and Canadians will respond to this tragedy, Mr. Speaker, and Israel's request for assistance in fighting this fire needs a speedy and a firm yes from federal and provincial governments, including sending fire retardant agents and water bombers. Our own country knows only too well the devastating impact such fires can have, and we can all imagine the impact on a much smaller country and its people. This transcends politics and parties, Mr. Speaker. It is about people helping people and doing so as quickly and effectively as we can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lotbinière-Chutes-de-la-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, this morning, Statistics Canada reported that 15,200 jobs were created in November and that the unemployment rate had dropped to 7.6%. Economic growth in November shows once again that Canada's Economic Action Plan has created jobs and is keeping the recovery going. The Canadian economy has recorded growth over the past 5 quarters. Since July of last year, some 441,000 jobs were created in Canada. But the economic recovery remains fragile. That's why jobs and the economy remain our absolute priority, while we are putting in place our job-creating action plan and keeping taxes low. Mr. Speaker, while the Economic Action Plan continues to show results for Canadians, the Liberal NDP Bloc coalition talks about raising taxes on job creators. This would hamper the recovery that's underway and wipe out some 400,000 jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales. The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the unelected, unaccountable, Conservative-dominated Senate killed the long-term disability pensions, and again the government laughs, killed the long-term disability pensions of more than 400 Nortel employees. These are people suffering Parkinson's disease and similar disabilities. Without their pensions, they will be destitute just 28 days from today. At a time when Conservatives have lots of money for jets and jails, corporate tax giveaways, and bloated ministerial offices, why can this government not help 408 innocent, hard-working, but now disabled Canadians?
Honourable Government House Leader.
just say at the outset, Mr. Speaker, if the Liberal Party would like to reform the Senate, I'd encourage them to get behind this government's agenda. We have legislation before Parliament with respect to elections of senator, with respect to the term limits going from 8 from 45 years, Mr. Speaker. We think that's incredibly important. The issue involving Nortel pensioners and LTD recipients is obviously a very serious one. Regrettably, the reality is we cannot legally and constitutionally make laws that apply retroactively, and I think the member opposite knows that.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is just plainly wrong. Since coming to office, these Conservatives have wasted $1 billion in extra spending on partisan advertising, outside consultants and other excesses. The Prime Minister's personal political expenses are up by more than 30% in just the last 2 years. The political spending of the Minister of Justice is up by nearly 20%. The Minister of Transport up 100%. The Chief Government Whip up 234%, and yet disgraceful Conservative senators are hacking the pensions of the long-term disabled. How can they look themselves in the mirror?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Let's be very clear. If you want to look at the basket of political expenses by this government, look at the expenses in Minister's office, the use of government aircraft, the use of travel and other associated expenses, hospitality, polling. They're dramatically reduced under this government, and the member opposite, I suspect, knows that. Particularly the use of Challenger aircraft, Mr. Speaker. Let me say this. We obviously are following the issue incredibly closely with respect to the situation involving Nortel LTDs. The reality is, I say to the member opposite, we cannot make laws retroactive. If the member opposite believed in this, he had 13 years to change the Bankruptcy Act, and they failed to do it.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, it's not just the disabled at Nortel. 2/3 of Canadians don't have decent retirement savings at all. Under this government, poverty for senior citizens has jumped 25%. Family household debt has skyrocketed. It's 50% higher than disposable incomes. The well-being of children is dropping. Why does this government lavish $6 million in personal benefits on one Conservative Senator, Brazeau, and his used Porsche, when they have nothing for pensions, family caregivers, or better access to education?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, the Liberal Party has made great noises about wanting to raise the decorum in this House and talk about issues that are relevant to Canadians. I say to the member for Wascana, talking about what kind of automobile parliamentarian drives is really not.
The Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, on the one hand, the Conservatives are saying times are tough, we have to tighten our belts. But on the other hand, they're out of control, going wild and spending like there's no tomorrow. Just imagine $1.3 million for taxis. Hey, it's not their pocket money. That money belongs to Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, if I've got this right, what they're telling Canadians is pretty simple. Do as I say, not as I do. Is that it? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Federal Accountability Act is the blueprint for more accountable, open, and ethical government. It represents this government's contract with Canadians to clean up government and ensure that the disastrous financial scandals of the Liberal years are never repeated. As a government, our focus is always on accountability and ensuring value for money. Taxi vouchers are only used for official government business.
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, it's indecent what they're doing. They're wasting our money unabashedly. Meanwhile, the poverty rate for seniors has jumped 25%. Have they made that a priority? No, not at all. What's worse, they're changing the rules to further restrict access to the Guaranteed Income Supplement. And what does that mean? More seniors in poverty. I know they're really busy, driving around in taxis, eating hors d'oeuvres, building prisons, buying jets. But when they're done doing all that, is there going to be any time left for them to take care of our seniors? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Human Resources Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're certainly concerned with seniors, and we have therefore taken a number of actions to be sure that they have extra income in their pockets, and we have taken action specifically with respect to the guaranteed income supplement to be sure that they're entitled to receive that. We've increased the guaranteed income supplement twice now, and we would ask this member and the Liberal Party to get behind us, and we're taking initiatives that are helping our seniors in this difficult time, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, a study released at the Cancun conference shows that the last decade was the hottest since 1850. In Canada, in 2010, it'll be the hottest year in history, with the highest increases in temperatures ever recorded. The consequences of this warming are disastrous for the environment, of course, but also for public health, food security and safety, and economic development. Given this troubling fact, how can the Conservative government still refuse to come up with a binding plan to reduce greenhouse gases? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought my honourable colleague, being very concerned about the economy, was going to talk about the increase in new jobs. We now have good news on that front, but I would just remind my colleague that Canada is a signatory of the Copenhagen Agreement, and we're working with the 140 other countries who've committed to reducing greenhouse gases in order to make it so. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Reducing our reliance on oil would create more jobs in Quebec than anything they've done. The Conservative government, and the Minister illustrated this well, looks for all kinds of excuses to justify doing nothing about climate change. First they blame it on the Americans, then the Chinese. Whatever. Instead of playing hide and seek, what's the government waiting for? Why aren't they listening to Quebec environmental groups and business people who all want a consistent climate change plan that is forward-looking to reduce greenhouse gases? The Honourable Minister. Our government, as you know, committed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 17% over 2005 levels by 2020. Those commitments are firm. They're not wishful thinking. They're very solid commitments. And, Mr. Speaker, we're sure that we'll be able to meet that goal. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Council of Chief Executives recently called on the Conservative government to stop hitching its wagon to the United States and to come up with a coherent policy for climate change. These 150 CEOs want us to go forward in terms of energy and environmental innovation. With the Cancun conference going on, what's the Conservative government waiting for? Why don't they make amends and come up with a plan for global warming? The Honourable Government House Leader. We do have a plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We're working with other countries to encourage all the large economies to take part in the effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We're working on cars with the industry. We're working with trains and planes and boats. We're going to continue to work with other countries. And we're going to reduce emissions by 17%. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Here's a concrete example where the economy and the environment go hand in hand. Enerchem Corporation produces a new type of ethanol using old hydro poles. According to the company, their growth is hampered by the lack of regulations to promote clean energy and GHG reductions. According to the company, Canada's inaction will cause a competitiveness problem, particularly in relation to the U.S. Do the Conservatives realize that their bias for the oil patch is undermining whole swaths of the Quebec economy? The Honourable Government House Leader. It's our government that brought in regulations for biofuels in gas. That was very important.
Biofuel regulations in place, and that's leading to a huge amount of economic development and growth. We know that the environment can be a huge enabler of a growing economy. We're very pleased today that there were 15,000 new jobs created in this country. That's nothing more than one more step forward. We remain focused on jobs and the economy.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, Ambassador Crosby's comments about the situation in Afghanistan stand in stark contrast to the rosy views of the Conservatives. mass corruption, election fraud, narcotics trafficking, and a system of patronage that should make even the Conservatives blush. On the Afghan election, our ambassador said, and I quote, "We can't be seen to collude with it. We can't be seen to collude with it." Does the Minister of Foreign Affairs still stand by his endorsement of that election, which his own ambassador has said was rigged?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the primary responsibility, obviously, of Canada's ambassadors and as well High Commissioners is to represent Canada. Ambassador Crosby doesn't represent, obviously, the government of Afghanistan. He represents the government of Canada. And our government has been and will continue to be outspoken about certain of our concerns related to governance in Afghanistan.
Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, here's the analysis of the Canadian ambassador in Afghanistan. The international community must stand up for the silent majority or be blamed for leaving the Karzai family to set up a system all across the country of patronage and control such as exists in Kandahar. Are the Conservatives going to continue making it easy for the Karzai family to get rich at the expense of the Afghan people? The Honourable Foreign Affairs Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat what I said a minute ago. The responsibility of our ambassadors and high commissioners around the world is to represent Canadian interests abroad. They're not ambassadors of other countries. They're ambassadors representing our interests. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the comments made, I have to say quite simply, our government continues to condemn and express a certain number of concerns that we have and will continue doing that, particularly in Afghanistan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
It's empty words coming from this government. You know, you have to back the assessment of the ambassador not doing that. The ambassador describes Mr. Karzai's chief of staff as, quote, a corrupt Iranian-backed eminence gris whose influence appears to increase daily. This is a man who's been accepting bags of money from the Iranians at a time when Afghans desperately need help. Why are the Conservatives cutting back on the kind of assistance that Afghanistan would be able to use to counter corruption?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable colleague who sits on the committee that reviews the quarterly reports will know full well that among the 6 objectives and priorities we have, one indeed is to take care of institution building. But obviously the member, Mr. Speaker, didn't read that report, and he doesn't know what we're doing in Afghanistan. He might start reading the report.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, a year ago, a briefing note was prepared for Industry Canada detailing the concerns of numerous federal departments. Replacing the mandatory long-form census with a voluntary survey would significantly compromise their ability to develop and evaluate public policy relevant to issues like EI, Aboriginal health, housing, education, as well as the settling of immigrants. Despite this crystal clear advice, the Prime Minister decided to unilaterally press ahead. When will the government do the right thing and restore the mandatory long-form census?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Liberals and their coalition partners, we don't believe it's fair or reasonable to threaten Canadians with jail time or massive fines or both of these to fill out a long form for those who want the data. We, in fact, have a fair and reasonable compromise which acquires useful and usable data and at the same time better protects the rights and interests of citizens. And I just wonder what hidden interest the coalition has on that side, why they want to trample on Canadians' rights.
Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, the government picks the questions and picks the penalties, but cutting the long-form census is just reckless spending and reckless policy. In what the government describes as tough economic times, how do Conservatives find it prudent to spend $30 million more to get less reliable information? Why won't the Minister of Finance discipline the Minister of Industry on this and get this risky spending under control and do the right thing, restore the long-form census?
Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, it's very regrettable that the Liberal Party and their coalition partners are so unfair and unbalanced on this particular issue, Mr. Speaker. We have a fair and reasonable, balanced objective here. We want to protect the rights of Canadians. We don't want to threaten them with jail time or massive fines or both. We think we've got a reasonable solution to this, and it's just unfortunate that they're concentrating on this issue when we got 15,000 net new jobs in November. That's what Canadians care about.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday, 900 beef and hog farmers attended an urgent meeting in Stratford entitled Farmers Matter. Farmer after farmer stated the government's farm safety nets are not working. Farmers made it clear they cannot pay back the targeted advanced loans under the terms the minister announced. Why does this government impose loans on farmers while wasting billions of dollars elsewhere? Waste on fancy photo ops, waste on cabinet ministers' expenses, waste on planes and prisons. Do farmers just not matter to this government?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned yesterday, our government puts farmers first. We have taken action for livestock producers by giving them more time to pay their loans. Livestock producers now have breathing room to seize market opportunities and to get black ink on the bottom line. And we have given tax deferrals for producers in these areas to help them manage their breeding stock. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Malpeque.
This government puts farmers first, Mr. Speaker, only when it comes to debt. Only when it comes to debt. That's when they put them first. Mr. Speaker, the Globe and Mail was headlined, Canada slips the agriculture superpower status. It's no wonder. While the United States supports farmers with billions, Canadian farmers are being forced to live off loans. While this government is squandering billions of borrowed money on fake lakes, on billboards, Ontario farmers' income falls. When will this government get its priorities straight and support farmers in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Order. Speaker, I am so glad that this member agrees that we put farmers first. We are delivering significant programming to our farmers. Mr. Speaker, since 2007, we delivered $6.8 billion to our farm sector through key and critical programs such as Agri-Invest, Agri-Stability, Agri-Insurance, and Agri-Recovery. And just to give you an example, Mr. Speaker, when we speak about Agri-Invest, $650 million has been paid out, and this is in addition to $600 million that have gone into farmer bank accounts. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. The Canadian Forces Ombudsman is extremely frustrated. Grieving families rarely get the support they need, and the federal government has no policy on families. The Ombudsman said he's very disappointed about the evasive answers from the Defence Minister, who refuses to do anything. When will the government do something for the welfare of soldiers, and starting by offering families a seat on commissions of inquiry into the deaths of soldiers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister appreciates the Ombudsman's ongoing advocacy on behalf of families of deceased Canadian Forces members. We share those concerns and consider the care and compassionate treatment of CF personnel and families to be of the utmost importance. The Minister has met with the Ombudsman. He has responded to him several times. He responded to the Ombudsman's December 1st letter yesterday and provided a status report on the number of initiatives that we're considering for the members or families of fallen members. In addition, he's designated a senior officer to be a direct point of contact with the families. We have done it. We will continue to do everything we can, Mr. Speaker, to treat the members, family members, in the best way possible. If we find a way to do it better, we will, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. We'll see if this Ombudsman keeps his job for long. The government claims to be doing everything possible and allocating every possible resource to veterans. Meanwhile, Pascal Lacoste, a soldier who served in the Royal 22nd Regiment, testified before a committee that he was treated with condescendingly and was refused multiple requests for care. Does the minister think it's normal for a veteran to have to wait for services he's entitled to? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs. Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that I won't talk about any specific cases here in the House, but the department is making all kinds of changes to fully respond in a timely fashion to our veterans' needs, and there's a new bill coming forward to bring additional services for soldiers, especially those coming back from Afghanistan wounded, so that we're ready for them. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. The 2010 public accounts show that the federal government spent nearly $8.2 billion on external professional services. These services have shot up by 132% in the past decade. Using the private sector has many downsides. It costs more and it exacerbates the shortage of in-house expertise and ultimately reduces competition. Before asking Canadians to tighten their belts, shouldn't the government start by cutting back on consultants so that taxpayers actually get their money's worth? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Since 2006, spending on temporary workers has been consistently below 1% of personnel costs, and it was even lower in 2009 and 2010. The majority of temporary workers are hired for contracts of less than 36 weeks, and only 78 extensions were given to contracts beyond 48 weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. The government should read from another page. The federal government's an important player in the Quebec construction industry. Think of the bridges and ports in Montreal and Quebec City. But in spite of the hundreds of millions of dollars spent, the government has no anti-collusion and corruption strategy in the wake of revelations linking the construction industry and organized crime. How can the government ignore this corruption? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Absolutely ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. We have bills before Parliament right now that will get rid of house arrest for very serious crimes, crack down on white-collar crime. The problem is, Mr. Speaker, as soon as you introduce one of these bills, about 10 seconds later, somebody in the bloc says they're going to oppose it, Mr. Speaker. So keep your concerns to yourself or something. We're taking action on these issues over on this side.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Speaker, question to the Minister of Justice. Judge Major, in his report on the Air India bombing, found two things. First of all, that there was substantial negligence on the part of several government agencies with respect to the investigation. And second of all, that the families signed waivers with respect to that, Mr. Speaker, without the government disclosing to them the full extent of the government's own negligence. I wonder if the Minister can give us an assurance, a real assurance that, in fact, the government, in reaching a settlement with the families with respect to the compensation issue, will take those 2 points, which are really quite critical, fully into account, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Meaningful solutions to complex problems take time and great effort. This government has done what no previous government has done. Recognize this as an attack on Canadians that should never have happened, and we're committed to fixing the security gaps that allowed this terrible act of terror to occur in the first place.
The Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
Well, Mr. Speaker, here's the problem. These recommendations have not just been made by Justice Major for 6 months. They've been made over 5 years, ranging from O'Connor to Brown to Iacobucci to Kennedy to the Public Safety Committee, and yet this government continually, again and again, ignores those recommendations. Whether or not it's Mr. El-Malki, Mr. Nuruddin, Mr. El-Mahdi, Mr. Arar, or Canadian citizens tortured abroad, whether or not it's the families of Air India or the families of Mr. Jazansky. Why is this government doing nothing? Why are they refusing to act on these recommendations?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Because of the low priority justice issues have within the Liberal Party, I can understand the Honourable Member would have missed this, but we've introduced a bill that specifically targets mega trials, which was one of the major recommendations of that particular inquiry. But it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, he raises this question, the Air India inquiry. I want to know, why didn't he do it? Why didn't his party do it? We're the only ones who took action on this. We're proud of that. Why didn't they do anything about it when they had the chance?
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Terrorism Act to protect that country's drinking water systems from terrorist attack. The Act requires water utilities to conduct assessments of their vulnerability to attack. A British security expert has confirmed that Canada's drinking water systems are not protected from the threat of attack. What's more, the RCMP lacks the money to apply the suspicious incident reporting system to the water sector. Why has the government fallen down on such a vital issue?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, we take these issues incredibly seriously. This government has worked very hard with respect to combating terrorism. Obviously, domestically, we've been fortunate that we haven't had a major incident since Air India. Obviously, we want to ensure that the health and safety of Canadians are protected, not just in terms of setting high standards, but in terms of being concerned about what people might do to cause harm to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
I would remind the Minister that it's been almost a decade since 9/11. Since then, the U.S. has passed the Bioterrorism Act, and the British have protected their entire drinking water network with sophisticated 21st century technology. Canadian municipalities, on the other hand, don't have safe water plans. Most haven't even done risk assessments for their drinking water systems. Does the government know which municipalities have protected their systems from terrorist attack, yes or no?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
This government has continued to follow the strong policies that the previous Liberal government followed from 2001 to 2006.
The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians from across the country are growing more and more concerned with the Liberal leaders' plan to attack Canadian job creators with a punishing new tax increase that will kill jobs and kill economic growth. Experts have noted the Liberal tax hike plan will kill over 400,000 new jobs. And people in my community are worried about the Liberal plan too.
Absolutely.
The Cornwall Area Chamber of Commerce have stated they are gravely concerned, noting it will have a negative impact on many of our local businesses. Can the Parliamentary Secretary please update this House on our government's record on jobs and on taxes?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable friend is right. In fact, the Liberals want to dramatically hike taxes on job creators. Mr. Speaker, that's a proven fact. That would kill almost 400,000 jobs in this country. Our government is focused on keeping taxes low and creating jobs. November's job growth gains prove that once again. Our economic action plan is working. 5 straight quarters of steady economic growth. Since July of 2009, this country has created 440,000 net new jobs, Mr. Speaker. That's good news.
The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, this government is driving billions in business away from Canadian airports to the United States. The government is charging millions in rent and excessive security charges. Mr. Speaker, go to any American airport on the border like Buffalo or Plattsburgh, and you'll find a parking lot full of Canadian license plates. Millions of Canadians flew out of American airports last year. Business that should have been going to Canadian airports. Why won't this government help the Canadian aviation industry? Why are they content to drive away business from Canada to the United States?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, we know exactly what the NDP want to do with this country. They want to close our borders. They want to shut down Canada.
Exactly.
They want to stop Canada's government from creating jobs. Mr. Speaker, airports are no different. We have one of the most competitive airport industries in the world. And, Mr. Speaker, as far as airports and the economy go, we're going to take no lessons from the NDP. Let's be clear. Canada has created 441,000 new jobs over the past 5 straight quarters, Mr. Speaker. Canada is one of the world leaders as far as economies go, and we're going to take no lessons from the NDP.
Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think these guys take lessons from anyone. They should. Our airports should not be used as cash cows. This government's taxes now account for up to 70% of the total fare. Conservatives are taking $3 billion more out of airports than they're putting into them. Canadian travellers deserve better. This government should be standing up to Canadian travellers, our local economies, and our aviation industry. Instead, because of high taxes, levies, and security charges, they're driving businesses south of the border. Why doesn't this government get on board and help the Canadian aviation industry compete?
Honourable Minister of State.
Yes, well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. You know, the government is committed to ensuring that our airports stay viable, that the industry continues to be that way. The industry is making sure that we've deregulated from an economic point of view our airports, and that the users should make certain that they have the appropriate airport security in place as they go through our airports, and that the rents are appropriate so that the taxpayer is not overly burdened by this. We have a system in place that is actually doing that and is in the best interest of the Canadian passenger and the public.
The honourable member for Gatineau. When the government decided to change the census conditions, several departments expressed their concerns. In a note to the industry minister, one of the main concerns was the danger of confusing the voluntary nature of the long form with the mandatory nature of the short form. Given this warning from its own public servants, why did the industry minister eliminate the mandatory census long form? Because he preferred his ideology over scientific facts?
L'Honorable Ministre de l'Industrie.
The Honourable Minister of Industry. As I already stated, Mr. Speaker, we do not feel it appropriate to force Canadians to provide information under threat of jail or fines. We are adopting a balanced and fair position for all Canadians with regard to very important information, but by the same token, we want to protect Canadians' rights.
Le ministre devrait savoir qu'il est possible d'améliorer.
The minister should know that you can't improve something unless you can measure it. Does the minister realize that the elimination of the long, detailed census form will have harmful consequences in an array of areas, such as transfer payments to the provinces, EI, labor force mobility, health programs, housing, and economic development? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, that is completely false. We have a position that protects information. This is information required by the departments, but at the same time it protects Canadians' privacy.
The honourable member's leader, though, had another position. He wanted to take away people's passports or their EI if they didn't fill out the census. That's not reasonable. That's not fair for Canadians. We will oppose the Liberal and the Bloc and the NDP coalition on this issue.
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, Canada's military ombudsman revealed some disturbing facts. Pierre Daigle has uncovered multiple cases where families of loved ones who have died while in the military have been unable or seemingly blocked from getting information about those deaths. No doubt the Conservatives have known about this for months, if not years, and yet they did very little. Why does it take a public shaming for this government to walk the talk when it comes to treating our veterans and soldiers' families fairly?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've already said in response to the Bloc member, the Minister does take this very seriously, as does the leadership of the Canadian Forces. They do everything they can to treat families with fairness and compassion at a time that is obviously very difficult for families. The Minister has responded to the Ombudsman in great detail. He's responded to the Ombudsman in the past. Yesterday, he tabled with the Ombudsman a number of measures, about 13 different measures, Mr. Speaker, that will go to making the situation better. We'll continue to do everything we can within the constraints that we're faced with, but we'll do everything we can possible to make the situation better and to treat those families with the care and compassion they deserve.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
The problem, Mr. Speaker, is we certainly have seen this before. The Veterans Ombudsman, Pat Stogren, came out publicly and scolded the Conservatives for ignoring the plight of injured and disabled veterans. And what happened to him? He was indeed fired. Pierre Daigle, simply doing his job, has now exposed this government's further lack of action towards the families of soldiers who have lost their lives while in uniform. Can we anticipate that Mr. Daigle will be fired for doing his job like other brave critics before him? Or will the Conservatives work with him and these families and do what is right?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is simply wrong. The previous Veterans Ombudsman finished out his term, and we appointed a replacement. The Minister appreciates the advocacy that Mr. Daigle has brought to the job of Defence Ombudsman. We'll continue to work with them. The minister's been working with them all along. We'll continue to do that into the future. We will do everything we can, as we have done in the past, to make things better for the families of deceased members of the Canadian Forces. If there's a way to do it better, Mr. Speaker, we'll find it and we'll implement it.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, this government's harmonized sales tax will mean whopping home heating costs for families in Northern Ontario this winter. Home heating is not a luxury, Mr. Speaker. Up north of Superior, it's a necessity. We shouldn't be raising taxes on necessities. Mr. Speaker, will the minister adopt our policy to scrap the HST on home heating, or will he leave northern families out in the cold again this winter? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the only policy that we've seen from the NDP is actually to support raising taxes. When we decided to lower the GST from 7 to 6, they voted against that. From 6 to 5, they voted against that. Mr. Speaker, the tax reductions that we put in place leave more than $3,000 in every family of four's pockets, Mr. Speaker. I would remind that honourable member that he should talk to his provincial colleagues if he wants to talk about a provincial issue, and that's the harmonized sales tax in Ontario.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Rainy River.
Sorry.
Mr. Speaker.
In Thunder Bay, Rainy River, I apologize.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Canadians are worried about the high cost of living and their retirement income. In Northern Ontario, the price of gas went up 10 cents last night. Home heating costs are skyrocketing thanks to this government's HST scheme. And a poll of Canadian CEOs on my pension protection bill, C-501, found that a majority believe the bill is fair and that Parliament should pass the bill. My question is simple. Will this government respect the wishes of Canadian CEOs and pensioners and support Bill C-501 and protect 6 million Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, we're protecting 34 million Canadians by reducing their taxes. That's what Canadians have asked us to do, and we've delivered on that through our economic action plan. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we've created over 441,000 net new jobs since July of 2009, Mr. Speaker. That's what Canadians wanted. They wanted assurances that their government was listening to what they wanted. They wanted to make sure they had jobs so they could help support their families, Mr. Speaker. That's what's important.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, there's more economic good news. According to an analysis released yesterday by the OECD, Canada was the leading investment recipient in the first half of this year. That's right. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade outline to the House the measures that have been taken and how this government is working to make Canada an attractive destination for...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like you to know that that's a great question. And I'd like to thank the honourable member from Nanaimo, Port Alberni, for that question and also for his knowledge and his interest and his expertise on this file. I, too, read the report, unlike the members opposite. I, too, read the report, and I'm pleased to say it's another example of the results produced by our government's commitment to making Canada a top destination for foreign investment. That is why we push for such things as the lowest taxes on new business investment of any major economy. In addition to this, Mr. Speaker, Canada has weathered the global economic downturn with the lowest debt of any major economy, the lowest deficit, and
Order. L'Honorable Député de Laval.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, for weeks now, rumour has had it that a number of Canadian embassies will close in African countries, more specifically African countries that are members of the Francophonie, for example, Cameroon. It is clear that this Conservative government is not concerned about the diplomatic repercussions of such a decision or about its reputation within the Francophonie. Can the Minister clarify the status of Canadian embassies in Francophone Africa? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, since the government has been in place, our aid to Africa has doubled. We have fulfilled our obligations in that regard to the tune of $2 billion. In addition, we have developed an initiative That was on the occasion of the G8 to help women and children. Mr. Speaker, our government has suitably responded. I would say even better than that. It has helped Africa even more than any other government, and we're going to continue to do so. The Honourable Member for Laval. According to the Quebec Association of University Deans, Quebec universities are $620 million below the Canadian average in terms of funding. And Quebec is still waiting for the federal government to settle the fiscal imbalance. It's still waiting for the over $800 million it is owed in order to return to index 1994-1995 levels. Why doesn't this government rectify this situation that puts Quebec universities at a disadvantage?
L'Honorable Secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, contrary to what the Bloc Québécois claims, the Canadian government is working with the Quebec government. This very morning, the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously adopted a motion to push back the deadline for infrastructure projects to October 31st, 2011. So we have an open federalism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, in the Manitoba First Nations community of Garden Hill, 2 people recently died and a third is sick, and influenza seems to be the cause. Last year, during the H1N1 crisis, 2/3 of the flu victims were Aboriginal. Because of poor living conditions and a lack of medical care, people living on reserves are especially vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, health care on reserves is a federal responsibility. Question is, will this government act now to prevent more deaths and illness?
Hear, hear. Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and of course our condolences go to the families that are affected. The health and safety of all Canadians is a priority for our government. We continue to work closely with the community leadership and the provinces. In the Island Lake region, we are adjusting nursing staffing levels, providing support for additional immunization activities, and ensuring access to essential medical supplies at the health facilities. Mr. Speaker, we're encouraging all Canadians to get their flu shot and to use preventative methods such as hand washing and coughing into their sleep. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to democratic representation and to C12, and that's why we support giving BC, Alberta, and Ontario their fair representation in Parliament. Canadians in these fastest-growing provinces deserve more representation. Mr. Speaker, can the Government House Leader update this place on the status of C12, the Democratic Representation Act?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister has been clear and unequivocal in restating our government's commitment to move forward with BC12, the Democratic Representation Act, because, Mr. Speaker, we believe that each Canadian vote, to the greatest extent possible, should carry equal weight. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we're taking a very principled approach in striking a balance between ensuring fairer representation for the faster-growing provinces while keeping the seat count constant for the remaining provinces. Mr. Speaker, we ask all coalition partners to support this very important initiative.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government wants to provide tax cuts to the most wealthy Canadian companies, but it would appear that it doesn't have enough money to maintain a Canadian presence in Africa. So once again, can the government tell us how many embassies it will be closing, and especially why it is targeting Francophone African countries? We're talking about embassies here, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the member began by talking about cuts, whereas we know full well that our government, of course, is recognized for cutting taxes, whereas a Liberal government would basically be inclined to hike taxes. So once again, Mr. Speaker, regarding this question, once again, these are nothing but rumors. We will manage Canadians' interests as well as possible. The Honourable Member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, The health minister has stated numerous times that the federal government was open to the idea of compensating provinces for additional costs incurred due to the medical isotope shortage caused by the shutdown of the Chalk River nuclear reactor in spring 2009. Does the Minister of Health intend tell us whether she intends to compensate Quebec before Bachand brings down his next budget? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. From the discussions at the last Health Ministers' meeting, our understanding is that most provinces and territories did not incur additional costs, and we were able to cover by adding testing requirements. Over the last year of this global shortage, we have seen incredible resourcefulness in managing the existing supply. For example, the medical community has shown great flexibility during this time by maximizing the use of available TC99 and using alternative isotopes for certain tests. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, no parent should ever have to bury a child, but when that child unfortunately does succumb to its injuries, or his or her injuries, the family should have a right to know what happened to them. Now, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to military families, Pierre Daigle, the D&D Ombudsman, has repeatedly said that this government gives us repeated promises and for the military families, repeated disappointments. Why, Mr. Speaker, should it take the media to address these concerns to the government? Why are they not more proactive to ensure that in the death of one of our heroes of Canada, that their families immediately...
Order the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We've covered that a number of times today, and we will continue to do everything we can to make the system better for those folks. And, Mr. Speaker, I've spent a lot of time in the last few years with the Minister of National Defence. I've spent a lot of time with the Chief of the Defence Staff at events with families of the fallen, and I can tell you that no one takes it more seriously than those two men. We will continue to do everything we can. We recognize the very difficult circumstances that families find themselves in. We grieve with them. Where the system has limitations, we will make that better. Mr. Speaker, we will always try to do the best possible we can for the families of our fallen.
That will conclude our question period for today. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 4 petitions.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Of government bills. Déclaration de ministre. Reports from interparliamentary delegates.
Presenting reports from committees.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics in relation to the certificate of nomination of Jennifer Stoddart, the nominee for the position of Privacy Commissioner. Your committee has considered the proposed appointment of Jennifer Stoddart as Privacy Commissioner and reports its support for her appointment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Première lecture de projet de...
First reading of Senate public bills.
The Honourable Government House Leaders rising on motions.
Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to move the following motion that in accordance with subsection 53(1) of the Privacy Act, Chapter P21 of the Revised Statutes of Canada, 1985, that this House approve the reappointment of Jennifer Stoddart as Privacy Commissioner.
Is the Honourable Government House Leader seeking unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Does the House give its consent for the Minister to propose this motion? Agreed. La Chambre l'a entendu. Plaît-il à la Chambre?
The House has heard it. Does the House have the pleasure of adopting it? I declare the motion carried. Motions.
Any petitions? The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present a petition signed by hundreds of Canadians. The undersigned petitioners are calling on Canada to ask the House of Commons and Parliament assembled to support Bill C-510, which will help protect vulnerable women from being aggressively coerced against their will to have abortions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My petition is signed by dozens of Canadians, and it's a call to end Canada's military involvement in Afghanistan. On May the 2008, Parliament passed a resolution to withdraw Canadian forces by July 2011, the Prime Minister, with the agreement from the Liberal Party, broke his oft-repeated promise to honour the parliamentary motion and furthermore refused to put it to a vote in this House. Committing 1,000 soldiers to a training mission still presents a lot of danger for our troops and unnecessary expense when our country is faced with a $56 billion deficit. Military mission has cost Canadians more than $18 billion so far, money that could have been spent to improve health care and seniors' pensions right here in Canada. Polls show a clear majority do not want Canada's military presence to continue after the scheduled removal date of July 2011. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call on the Prime Minister to honour the will of Parliament and bring the troops home now.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to rise in the House to table a petition from Canadians asking members in the House to support Roxanne's Law, also known as Bill C-510, which would allow women to press charges if they are coerced into an unwanted abortion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.6, I rise today to table petitions signed by many people, mostly in my riding of Ottawa South, but also throughout southern Ontario. The petition addressed to the Minister of Health is on the subject of CCSVI treatment for multiple sclerosis. I'd like to thank my constituent, Mr. R.V. Snodness, for submitting this petition for presentation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here from some 118 constituents. They are drawing attention to the fact that Canada is a country which respects human rights. They note that the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms includes that everyone has a right to life. They note it's been 40 years since May 14, 1969, when Parliament changed the law to permit abortion, and that since January 28, 1980, Canada has no law to protect the lives of unborn children. Mr. Speaker, therefore, these petitioners are calling upon Parliament to pass legislation for the protection of human life from the time of conception to the time of natural death. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number Q445 will be answered today. Further, Mr. Speaker, if questions number Q446, 448, 451, 452, 453, 454, and 487 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
The question enumerated by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has been answered. Is it agreed that questions 446, 448, 451, 452, 453, 454, and 487 be made orders for return? D'accord? Agreed. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. And so ordered. Order. I'm now prepared to rule on the point of order raised by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons on November the 5th, 2010, concerning the requirement for a royal recommendation for Bill C-568, an act to amend the Statistics Act, mandatory long-form census, standing in the name of the Honourable Member for St. Paul's. Je remercie le secrétaire parlementaire.
I would like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for having drawn this matter to the attention of the House, as well as the Member for York South-Weston for his comments.
The Parliamentary Secretary explained that Bill C-568 would add two requirements to the Statistics Act. First, it would prescribe that in 20% of the cases, the long-form census questionnaire the long-form census questionnaire be used, and secondly, that the questions in the long-form questionnaire be similar in length and scope to the ones contained in the 1971 census. He stated that in his view, this would constitute a new obligation for Statistics Canada, given that even though the statutory authority for including a long-form census questionnaire already exists, Bill C-568 would make its use mandatory instead of discretionary. He also argued that this requirement would compel the government to spend a minimum of $50 million. He concluded that since Bill C-568 would alter the conditions and qualifications of Statistics Canada's existing mandate, in addition to imposing a new statutory obligation, a royal recommendation is required. Pour appuyer son point de vue, le secrétaire.
In support of his view, the Parliamentary Secretary made reference to a series of precedents involving bills that were found by the chair to require a royal recommendation because they were either changing the purpose of a spending authority or adding a new function to an existing mandate.
In his intervention, the member for York South Weston argued that Bill C-568 does not change the current mandate of Statistics Canada, nor does it add a new responsibility or a new function to the department. He contended that the bill only requires Statistics Canada to fulfill its existing mandate. He also argued that, contrary to the arguments raised by the Parliamentary Secretary, Bill C-568 would not entail additional expenses. In fact, he claimed that it would actually cost less. La Présidence a soigneusement.
The Chair has examined carefully the provisions of Bill C-568, an act to amend the Statistics Act, mandatory long-form census, as well as the Statistics Act and the precedents enumerated by the Parliamentary Secretary.
The Secretary involved bills that required a royal recommendation because they were proposing new purposes or new functions not currently authorized. Such is not the case for Bill C-568, since it does not appear to be adding to or expanding the current mandate of Statistics Canada. Ce mandat est énoncé aux alinéas 3A et C de la loi sur la statistique, libellé ainsi, et je cite, est maintenu sous l'autorité du ministre un bureau de statistique appelé Statistique Canada, dont les fonctions sont les suivantes.
Under the Minister,
Recueillir,
to be known as Statistics Canada, the duties of which are A, to collect, compile, analyze, abstract, and publish statistical information relating to the commercial, industrial, financial, social, economic, and general activities and condition of the people, and C, to take the census of population of Canada and the census of agriculture of Canada as provided in this Act.
With regard to the issue of costs associated with the mandatory use of the long form as prescribed by Bill C-568, the key question for the Chair is whether what the bill proposes constitutes a new appropriation of public funds. L'article 19 de la loi sur la
Section 19 of the Statistics Act states, "A census of population of Canada shall be taken by Statistics Canada in the month of June in the year 1971, and every 5th year thereafter in a month to be fixed by the Governor-in-Council."
À mon sens, cet article
In my view, this section, along with Section 3 cited earlier, constitutes the statutory spending authority for StatsCan to conduct the census using either the short or the long-form questionnaire.
568 would require the chief statistician to include a long-form questionnaire in 20% of the cases whenever a population census is conducted. Even though there is now no such requirement in the Statistics Act, the chief statistician is currently authorized to include a long-form questionnaire. Therefore, it is my view that this would not constitute a new spending authority, nor would it alter the terms and conditions of Statistics Canada's mandate. Consequently, from a strictly procedural point of view, the Chair cannot find that Bill C-568 requires the expenditure of public funds for a new and distinct purpose, and I therefore rule that there is no requirement that the bill be accompanied by a royal recommendation, and that the House may continue to consider it in accordance with the rules governing private members' business. Je remercie les honorables.
I thank honourable members for their attention.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-54, Protecting Children from Sexual Predators Act.
Debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're continuing debate on this quite new statute. It was only introduced a month ago, and it is another of the government's many amendments to the criminal code, which for some reason they have not been able to package in one bill. I don't mind that perhaps carving up these criminal code amendments into smaller pieces will make it easier for colleagues in the House And maybe for the cabinet, maybe the cabinet isn't able to handle a big criminal code omnibus bill all at once. It's quite possible. The members of the cabinet have limited capacity to handle those kinds of volumes. But I can assure the House, Mr. Speaker, that I've seen bills longer, larger, thicker, more complex than each of these criminal code amendments. And something tells me the procedure would go a lot faster and more efficiently if the government had chosen the route of larger bills. And right now, I think I did a count on this, and there are somewhere around 15 separate criminal code amendments in the House and in the Senate, and dragged on from the previous session into this session, in some cases from the previous Parliament into this Parliament. And in any event, let's just say, Mr. Speaker, that we're catching up. We're trying to accommodate the volume, keeping in mind that every bill must be debated in the House. It has to go to committee. It doesn't. Almost all bills do go to committee for study after second reading. Then it comes back here for possible amendment or concurrence or third reading, and then off to the Senate for analogous procedures. So all of that takes time, no matter how you cut it. So I'm merely saying this because with the addition of this new bill, it'll simply add to the list that the Minister of Justice will from time to time refer to and pretend that the House is taking excessive or inordinate amounts of time to pass. And then he has made the same complaint with the Senate, although I do notice that since the Conservatives achieved a working majority in the Senate, the other place, he doesn't seem to criticize the Senate quite as often as he used to. But indeed, that Senate has to do the same kind of work we do, and they have to pass these bills. So if there is anyone to blame for the lengthy procedural investment of procedural time on these bills, it must be the government itself, because it is the one that decided to, instead of having 2 or 3 separate bills, it wanted to have roughly 15. And that's simply the state of the art as it is now. This particular bill focuses on the area of sexual offenses in relation to children, and it's a 3 or 4 part rework of a number of sections of the criminal code, sentencing provisions, and prohibition orders, and there is an insertion of 1, 2, or 3 new provisions, and I'll make reference to those in my remarks. But the concept of adding some mandatory minimum sentences to the code is not new. We've been doing this here in Parliament for 10 or 20 or 30 years, but doing it not on a wholesale basis. It seems to me every time the government moves around now, it includes mandatory minimum sentences in whatever it does in relation to the criminal code, and I don't think that's good public policy. There's a whole lot of people who don't think that's good public policy. And that's not to say that we don't need minimum sentences. There are circumstances where they are appropriate and useful and should be there. And in this particular bill, while there are a whole lot of mandatory minimums added, I'd have to accept that in some cases the mandatory minimum is appropriate, with one proviso. As I read the bill, as I say, it's only been on the order paper for a month, I compared, of course, the new provision to the old provision. And I found that the old provision already had a mandatory minimum sentence built into it. And I thought, oh my gosh, what's happening here? And so all this is it's like a bidding war, Madam Speaker, a bidding war. I can legislate a bigger mandatory minimum sentence than you can. And I hope that's not what's going on here. I hope that the mandatory minimum sentence provisions that have been chosen and inserted into some of these new bills have been thought about, have been canvassed amongst people who understand how the sentencing system works, and it's not just a political thing, a political reaction. Look how big a sentence I can propose in my legislation. The bill also expands the list of conditions and coordinates the conditions with convictions. Where you have a type of offense involving children where a condition during or post-sentence, the individual is prohibited from doing certain things or being in certain places, usually involving children. There are a couple of other new arrangements in here that we should take a look at, and I will in my remarks if I have time. One of the newer interventions that, of course, in the criminal code and dealing with children is the arrival of the internet and the computer. And then at one point in our legislation, Madam Speaker, we actually used the term computer. And this was about 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and we defined what a computer was and the types of offenses that would involve a computer and other people, or computer and children. And now, of course, we have convergence in the technology universe, and you've got, the basic handheld telephone is the equivalent of a computer. And so now we have to reinvent the terminology we use, because a cell phone is not a computer, and yet it's capable of being part of a series of actions involving a criminal offense. So I can see there's a reversion in the definitions here to go back and reincorporate telephones and telecommunications in addition to computer. We may have to abandon the concept of computer. There's some other concept of technology that we have to refer to. And of course, we'll be forever revising and amending our criminal code as we go on into the future, because these things will happen. Our society will change, and technology will change, and we have to keep updating our code. So I don't object to the concept at all. I've mentioned mandatory minimum sentencing as a concept, and it's been inserted into many sections here in the bill. And I have to ask the question again: do mandatory minimum sentences work? And the answer is not clear. There isn't a simple yes and no answer to this. It appears that a mandatory minimum sentence can work as a deterrent if it is associated with public education and enforcement, good enforcement. And we learned this with reference to the the impaired driving provisions of the criminal code. It appears to us that the mandatory minimum sentences provided for in the impaired driving sections have had a deterrent impact. But keep in mind, Madam Speaker, that mandatory minimums there are associated with other penalties, escalating penalties, and good enforcement by police who are out there stopping drivers, using breathalyzers, and doing a very good job of enforcement. Has it gotten rid of impaired driving? No. Has it diminished it? The statistics show that it has, but we accept that a mandatory minimum penalty will work. Now, we do have evidence that it doesn't work. Mandatory minimum penalty for murder is life in prison, 25 years before parole. Does that work to deter murder? Well, let's accept that it does, but we still get a lot of murders. So it obvious that the most tough sentence we have doesn't deter. And lurking behind this issue of the mandatory minimum is the problem that most people who commit criminal offenses don't even think about deterrence in the first place. When they commit the offense, they actually don't believe they will be caught. And if a person doesn't believe they're going to get caught, they could hardly be expected to turn their mind to a mandatory minimum sentence if they are caught. You have to think you're going to get caught if the mandatory minimum sentence is going to deter. Now, I also have to accept that mandatory minimum sentences are not there only for deterrence. Mandatory minimums can also be there for what is called denunciation, societal denunciation. Society says, you have done a very bad thing, and it is so bad that no matter what, you have to go to jail. Now, we've had a lot of litigation on this. There's been a lot of sociology, but as Canadians, we're entitled to put a firm penalty into a criminal code offense. And so you've done a bad thing. You must serve some time so that everybody knows. You know that everybody knows that that's a bad thing. And so denunciation is a part of it. But denunciation cannot be the rock bottom of the foundation. For public safety purposes, we have to have deterrence and a whole range of other factors in sentencing. They're all listed in the criminal code in one of our sections revised about 15 years ago. So one of the areas where mandatory minimums are, I think, a huge problem. Most of us, or a lot of us in this House, come from urban areas or urban-rural, close to big cities, larger communities. A few of us come from communities that are rural and remote, with a lot of very small communities. Not every small community has a court and a jail. And so when we enact a provision in here that says there must be a mandatory minimum sentence, and we take that section, we take it to a remote community, in order to process that criminal offense with a mandatory minimum, we've got to pick the individual up, we've got to take him or her to a court somewhere, and even if we have a courthouse, we still don't have a jail. So if there's a conviction, then we have to take that person and move them another 500 miles or kilometers or wherever it is to a detention facility. And that is, I can say it's pretty costly, but I would have to, I ask the question and I leave it unanswered. Is that the most appropriate type of sentence for an offender in a remote community, to lift him or her up, take them totally out of where they are, and we have to do it because there's a mandatory minimum sentence. It's not like we could resort to some other form of sentencing that might be appropriate. Even if everybody in the village believes the sentencing is appropriate, if it doesn't involve mandatory detention, it wouldn't matter because we're passing a law here that says there must be a mandatory sentence attached to it and the person has to be taken away. Now, in any event, that's a fact of life in Canada. And if I'm coming from a rural area, I'm thinking this is really unfortunate. And I think of First Nations communities. I really wish that we in a First Nations community can handle some of these justice matters ourselves and not have the boys and girls in Ottawa imposing imposing mandatory minimum sentences. I know one of the sentences in relation to which the government is proposing a mandatory minimum. It's not a few months, Madam Speaker. It's 5-year minimum sentence. 5-year minimum sentence for incest involving a child. This is incest. This is a serious offense, but incest, and unfortunately where it occurs, reflects a serious problem, a serious social problem. And I question whether a mandatory 5-year minimum sentence in every instance, every scenario, every case is appropriate. 5 years mandated by this new section, because I think we see that in some circumstances the sociology of drug addiction, the sociology of alcoholism, the sociology of mental illness, all are factors in some of these cases. And just presuming that we appropriately respond and resolve and solve that problem by imposing a mandatory 5-year minimum sentence without even knowing the facts, to me seems backhanded. It's someone's view of denunciation. I don't for a moment condone this type of criminal activity, and it's reprehensible. But I'm not so sure that the government's knee-jerk 5-year minimum is what is appropriate in our system of justice. But we'll have an opportunity, colleagues here, to look at this in the committee, and we'll see what the justifications are. Now, I have another section. There's another section of this bill. To me, it seemed like it was concocted in a crime novel, and it's new Section 15. It creates a new offense under Section 172.2. And this is one of these sections where we have to reach back and add in the word telecommunications. It says, every person commits an offense who by means of telecommunication agrees with a person to make an arrangement with a person to commit an offense. And there's a whole raft of sexual offenses there. But the essential part of that is making an arrangement by telephone. And the section, unbelievably, and by the way, that sounds like the criminal code attempt to commit an offense, an attempt type offense, because the offense actually doesn't have to happen. The sexual act or the sexual encounter doesn't actually have to happen for the offense to take place. And in creating the new sentence, the bill says that it takes away defenses. It actually removes the defense whether you knew the person was under or over 18. It removes the defense that you didn't know the person was under 18. And some people will say, oh, yeah, well, if you didn't know, it's your own fault. But don't forget, Madam Speaker, this offense happens on the telephone. And then there's another section that takes away defenses. And it is no defense that the person on the telephone was a police officer or who was put up to it by a police officer. That's not a defense. So a police officer can do that. And then it says it's not even offense if the person you made the arrangement with didn't even exist. Didn't even exist. If there was a peace officer involved in the other end of this scam. It's an entrapment machine. And I think we have to have a very good look at this. I'm happy to see this concept of setting up an arrangement or a rendezvous with a young person under 18 and then under 16, under 14, as set out in the section, as a potential criminal offense. I am not happy to see the defenses removed. A person might not even know the age of the person, and it says here, you're still guilty unless you took reasonable steps to ascertain the age of the person. Well, I'm not so sure that in a telephone conversation like that, you're going to ask for a driver's license and ask for age. So this has to be looked at very, very carefully. The police may feel that this will enhance their ability to snare predators, and that may well be the case. And I don't mind if it does. But as always, we have to make sure that our criminal code provides procedural fairness for everybody, not just the bad guy, but there but for the grace of God sometimes go all of us, and you never know when you're going to get caught in a trap, when someone's going to set you up. I think most of us have seen enough television, read enough novels to know about that. So the last thing I want to refer to is Section 26. Again, we were using and reusing terminology.
I regret to interrupt the honourable member. I couldn't get his attention. Perhaps he can finish his thoughts in response to questions and comments. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to listen to the member for Scarborough Rouge River today dealing with Bill C-54, and I was intrigued by his observations that that in fact this government has introduced, I think now perhaps 15 criminal code amendments, and they're fairly simple. And the suggestion that he has made, being a well-regarded lawyer and been around this House for many, many years, is that perhaps this government could have proceeded by way of an omnibus bill, which they certainly managed to do under the budget with a 980-page bill that was not appropriate for that particular case, but in this case, a revamp of the criminal code, putting all these amendments into one bill, in fact, not only would be appropriate, but actually would be probably the preferred way to do it. But the other aspect that I have to it is that the criminal code's 100 years old and probably is in need of a very large revamp as it is. So does he agree or does he not agree that perhaps the federal government should have engaged in a consultation with the provinces and maybe do a series of roadshow type hearings across the country about what should be involved in a total rewrite of the criminal code? He could start by involving the opposition parties, and by doing that, I think he would have a much more productive, a much better possibility of having a productive Parliament and actually achieving something during this government's tenure in office.
Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Well, the honourable members made the point about the non-omnibus bill. It would have been a lot more efficient to have one. In terms of reworking the criminal code in a big way, yes, it needs it. The statute is very old. There's some pretty old archaic sections in it. But there are right ways and wrong ways to do that, and most jurisdictions have found that if you don't lay the groundwork properly, you don't seek the political consensus, and you don't get the new rework through quickly, you get stoned to death. You get nickel and dimed to oblivion. And I think, recalling about 20, 25 years ago, the state of Indiana did a rework of its criminal code, and it is been reputed to have done it the right way. And we could do it here. We could do it here with the right kind of collaboration, laying the right groundwork. But I think we should all agree that with these short parliaments we have now, minority government, this would be very difficult to do. But someday we'll get around to it.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Peace River.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Honourable Member for his comments with regards to this piece of legislation. This piece of legislation, the Protecting Children from Sexual Predators Act, is something that's supported by myself as well as members of this House, because so many of us have children, so many of us have grandchildren and people that we in our own families want to ensure are protected, and I know this legislation will go a long way to doing that. The Honourable Member asked the question as it relates to remote communities. I represent many remote communities that don't have like he described, access to court and jail institutions. But I want to tell the honourable member that removing these people from remote communities is absolutely essential. Number one, it ensures protection of the community. It also allows for the children who are where these crimes have been perpetrated against them. It allows these children some ability to heal, not having to see the perpetrator on a daily basis. In many of these remote communities, it's only several hundred people. There's a good chance that if the person is not removed, the children will continue to see this person on an ongoing basis. And so I would be a strong promoter and a strong believer that removing these people from those communities is essential. I think also when I've met with people that have been victims of incest, he talks about if or not 5 years is an appropriate sentence. You might find that there are people especially victims of these horrible crimes who would agree that 5 years is not long enough. In fact, it should be much longer. And so I do appreciate that. But I'm wondering, the member in his description of mandatory minimum sentences described the fact that these are deterrents and they're also a denunciation. But he did nothing to comment on the fact that, in fact, these are good protections. We know that people that are in the practice of victimizing children through sexual predators have a very high propensity to reoffend. And so if these people are put onto house arrest, sent back to the communities where they perpetrated their crimes, there's a very good chance that they're going to continue to perpetrate and victimize children. So I wonder if the honourable member will agree with me that, in fact, a mandatory minimum sentence does what he describes as deterrence and denunciations, but also, more importantly, provides additional protection of the community and children, as these people will not be in these communities to continue to perpetrate and victimize children.
Member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Yeah, I can agree that in many cases what the member describes is accurate. My comments about mandatory minimums were not with respect only to sexual offenses, but across the whole range of the criminal code. And he spoke about the children of the perpetrator. Well, if the perpetrator is convicted of some other criminal offense, not a sexual offense in relation to the children, the mandatory minimum is going to lift that person up out of the family, remove him or her, and put them in another place, in another jail, another place, and take the person right out of the family. So there's another impact on children there. This has nothing to do with sexual offenses. And the focus on this bill is sexual offenses, protecting children, and I think this has pretty wide support in the House here. It's just that as we go forward on this with mandatory minimums, I want to make sure we target properly and get it right.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague on his speech. I enjoyed his comments about the mandatory minimums and the debates of which. One of the common expressions about a mandatory minimum or deterrence in a general sense would be in the case of, well, you look at the murder rates and how the mandatory minimum talks about 25 years imprisonment. Well, certainly when it comes to the case of, say, compare Houston to Toronto, one has the death penalty, one does not. One has a higher murder rate, and that would be the Houston example, not certainly the one in Toronto. The other, I would like for him to just briefly on that one, and also talk about, I think he mentioned Section 26, which he never got the time to talk about in his speech, which he certainly wanted to. Perhaps he could start by making his comments known to the House and to the people on Section 26 of this bill. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge River has 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, the point I wanted to raise in relation to Section 26, thank you for giving me the opportunity, was that the section refers to one of these prohibitions that follow during and post-sentence where a person is convicted. And it says prohibit the defendant from using the Internet or other digital network unless the defendant does so in accordance with conditions set by the judge. And I'm just thinking, what is a digital network? We're fishing around in the new age of technology. A digital network could involve something, a hearing aid that you're wearing. It could involve a telephone. Even when you watch TV, Madam Speaker, you're watching something that's part of a digital network. So I just want to make sure we got our terminology right here. The intent is clear. I support the intent. Just want to make sure when we use these terms, we're using the right ones.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Arundel, very, very brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member suggested that the government should have introduced perhaps one bill instead of 15 separate bills. And I'd simply like to remind the Honourable Member that the government has extreme difficulty pursuing any one of the 15 bills. He'll know he's a member of the Justice Committee. He'll know that his party objected to Bill S9, the Faint Hope Clause bill. They claimed that they were going to reintroduce it after in a future government if they were ever to form a government. Can you imagine what would happen if all those bills were combined into one bill? It would never get through Parliament, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough River has 40 seconds to respond.
Well, Madam Speaker, I didn't say one bill. I said a few. I think I mentioned the number 3 or 4. We've got to get 15 down. The member has partly made my point. He says they have trouble getting one bill through. Then they have trouble getting 15 bills through. If they would reduce it to 3 or 4 bills, then they'd only have trouble getting 3 or 4 bills through. And we get through this stuff a whole lot quicker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm very pleased to speak on behalf of the Bloc Québécois to Bill C-54, which was tabled by the Minister of Justice on November 4th. It's an act to amend the Criminal Code, sexual offences against children. It's important, Madam Speaker, for people watching this debate to understand the scope of this bill. I will summarize it. It is to increase or impose mandatory minimum penalties for certain sexual offences with respect to children, prohibits anyone from providing sexually explicit material to a child for the purpose of facilitating the commission of a sexual offense against that child, prohibits anyone from using any means of telecommunications, including a computer system, to make or to agree or make arrangements with another person for the purpose of committing a sexual offense against a child, ensures consistency among those two new offenses and the existing offense of luring a child, and expanding the list of specified conditions that may be added to prohibition and recognizance orders to include prohibitions concerning contact with a person under the age of 16 and use of the Internet or other digital network, and to expand the list of enumerated expenses that may give rise to such orders and prohibitions. Now, Madam Speaker, as you well understand, new technology requires us to review criminal code offenses. The fight against crime is essential in the eyes of the Bloc Québécois, especially when the victims are children. But at the same time, we need to look at reality we're facing. In Quebec, crime is on the decline, like in Canada, and this has been the case for about 15 years. Some of the measures that are being put forth in the bill warrant consideration, like the creation of new offenses, new prohibitions. The bill contains, once again, mandatory minimum sentences, which, Madam Speaker, you will understand that the Bloc Québécois has always supported, has not supported, rather. They're ineffective. And it's important, Madam Speaker, for people watching this debate to understand. In the justice system that our ancestors left us, and in the way that the criminal code has been built and put together, it's based on maximum sentences. Judges with jurisprudence, with the context of each case, chooses or decides, determines the best sentence for the individual based on the crime committed. And that is how criminal law has developed. It's developed in Quebec and Canada, and this is the system left to us by our ancestors. In recent years, Madam Speaker, the media interest and debate shows that or indicates that the criminal code should be replacing judges. And we are seeing this trend more and more with the Conservative government. Now, what does that mean? There would be increasingly, the judge would increasingly have to use the criminal code, refer on it, and in fact, when a situation occurs, it's reported in the media, it's always sensationalized, tempers flare, and people always find that the sentence isn't harsh enough for the crime that was committed, especially when the media get hold of an incident. Now, what our forebears left us was a justice system which was sheltered from these ups and downs relating to media coverage, and, well, our society has developed, Madam Speaker, and in fact, I myself came into politics, entered politics in the year 2000. The system wasn't, social networks weren't as effective as they are now. Things go so quickly on the internet and over the internet that news gets out very quickly, even faster than the media can cover them, and they make their ideas at it. In fact, and without the entire network being involved and the report being put forth. So, Madam Speaker, you might say that in the past these systems weren't available to our forebears, but nevertheless, our forefathers left us with the system they did. A person is innocent until found guilty, and the legal system was put in place to enable the judge to determine the sentence to be handed down based on the crime committed, and to take into account a number of realities, such as whether or not it was the first offense, second offense, and so on. And that has been the situation since we inherited our justice system. Over the years, the jurisprudence evolves, it's been added to, it develops, and that's what judges adapt to and use. Now, with maximum minimum sentences, it's an indication that the government thinks things aren't going fast enough, that the legal system that has been put in place isn't quick enough to respond to public opinion. Public opinion is stirred up artificially by the media. And regardless of the media, some interpretations are completely different from the others. But when an event occurs, and we hear about it in our homes, on Facebook, on Twitter, over the internet, the initial versions are often very different from the subsequent versions provided by the media and the reality, in fact, where all of the facts are exposed before the courts. Oftentimes there's a huge difference between the two, between the first impression that one might have of an incident and justice handed down by the courts after having analyzed the situation, the evidence, etc. The crime which was committed, the individual who committed the crime, how the crime was committed, etc. So once again, the Bloc Québécois would like to examine this bill in committee. As I said, the new offenses that are created appear to be acceptable because technology has evolved, internet, and all of the contact that's not physical contact, that's virtual contact. And these aspects need definitions, and we need to create new sentences to deal with them. But once again, with respect to the maximum minimum sentences, the Bloc Québécois questions that and will take advantage of the work in committee to call witnesses, to attempt to get Conservatives to understand that maximum minimum sentences are not necessarily the best approach. Madam Speaker, I'm going to say a few words about the new sentences included in this bill, new offenses rather. Sexual assault if a child is under 16, incest if luring over the internet of a child. There are also two new offenses that are created. Making it a crime to provide sexually explicit material to a child. This hybrid offense contained or includes a maximum minimum sentence, and that is of 30 days and a maximum of 60 days and a maximum prison sentence of 90 days. To prevent the use of telecommunications to communicate with a person, to agree to or to make arrangements to commit a sexual offense against a child. This was contained in C-46, which was tabled in the previous Parliament. This hybrid offense includes a maximum sentence, or a minimum sentence rather, a maximum minimum sentence of 90 days. These are new offenses, Madam Speaker, that are added. Now, our question isn't with respect to the offences as such, but with the mandatory minimum sentences associated with them, without the opportunity of the judge to interpret the situation and the entire context. So at first sight, those two new offences will need to be examined in committee. And they will facilitate the work. We will have to ensure that they facilitate the work of the police, because that's the objective. Now, as you know, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois has always been very responsible in this House, especially in its fight against organized crime, has called for the reverse onus for criminals, for organized crime, rather. And as you know, prior to the intervention by the Bloc Québécois on the proceeds of crime, it was up to the government or the Crown to prove that the money, to prove where it came from. But thanks to the Bloc Québécois, we have reversed the onus on this issue for organized crime. So, as a result, criminals must prove that what they have accumulated was money and assets earned using legal means. And inevitably, Madam Speaker, this has had a huge impact on the seizing of assets belonging to criminals who are part of organized crime. And I think that it's enabled Quebec as well to facilitate operations. The Carcajou Squad was set up in 2001. The Parti Québécois government undertook a battle against organized crime. And at the time, dismantled organized biker gangs. The Hells Angels were virtually dismantled because they couldn't prove, Madam Speaker, that the proceeds that they had came from legal work. Now, once again, the Bloc Québécois' approach has always been an effective, responsible system where we've relied on the justice system, Madam Speaker. And that's why, as I said earlier, we inherited this system from our forefathers, a system where the judges are the most competent and in the legal system to make findings and to determine the sentence in accordance with the crime committed and based on the context surrounding the individual. Now, as you know, Madam Speaker, in this House, we have shown how responsible we are with our plan vis-a-vis white-collar crime. During the recent financial crisis, several white-collar criminals took advantage of the population, people who didn't necessarily know how everything worked. When the economy is going well, everybody makes money and everybody simply hopes to make more. And I've always chuckled at that because starting with our bankers, and the organizations pay the bankers to organize conferences. The presidents of the banks were holding conferences, but everybody, like lemmings, simply followed along trying to make money, and nobody saw anything coming. Nobody saw the financial crisis coming, the stock market crisis as well. And all they were doing was simply relying on certain persons who appeared to be genies when it went well. And even after the crisis, these senior-ranking bankers continued to make a lot of money, and that is absolutely appalling, Madam Speaker. At any rate, the Bloc Québécois has its plan to fight economic crime. We've always stated that the 1/6 of the sentence provision needs to be eliminated. It's horrible for people to see someone who was convicted, for example, of crime and received a 6-year sentence, that person can be released after having served 1/6 of the sentence, or after having only served 1 year. Now, if the person spends some time behind bars before the actual trial and the sentence, that time counts double. So if you spend any time in prison before your sentence is handed down, it counts double. It's multiplied by 2. So the person would have been eligible for release quite a bit earlier. If he had spent 2 months in prison prior, that would have counted for 4 months. And so the person would have been released after 4 months or 6 months, even if it had been a 6-year sentence.
And this is what I've been saying from the beginning with regard to parole and double time. These are regarding decisions that were made by politicians. So judges apply the sentences, and if at 1/6 of the sentence we said that you do your 6 years, and then we don't have to double it. And we wanted to amend the provisions of the criminal code with regard to confiscation of proceeds obtained through crime, fraud of over $5,000, reorganize police frameworks, the obligation for banks to look after trusts. So these are all responsible measures that the Bloc Québécois is proposing. But they took a while for the Conservatives to acknowledge them. And Madam Speaker, this is all to say that we have always been supportive of what the population wants, while at the same time respecting our ancestors' heritage. And the legal system is one of those heritages. And once again, you will see that the Bloc Québécois' position on this bill will not change. Our opinion will remain the same with regard to this bill C-54. The new sentences that the new offenses that we want to add that are often due to new technologies, and I think that goes without saying. I think that it's clear that we need them, especially when it affects children. Only 14 months ago, I became a grandparent of a little boy, and if there was something that happened to him, these children are the apples of our eyes, and of course, we would have to hold ourselves back if anyone tried to harm them in any way. So when we see these lovely children growing up, I think that it is our duty to protect them. And when we see that through new technologies, sexual crimes can be committed against our children. This is something absolutely appalling, Madam Speaker. So, once again, do we need to maintain a system of minimum sentences that runs counter to our historical heritage, the legal system that our ancestors has handed down to us, whereby judges are the ones who are the best qualified to decide rather than journalists or members of Parliament because of pressure being exerted by the public? We already have a fair legal system in place, and we must not dismantle it, or else have a very profound debate thereon. And I think that that's what will happen once this bill is referred to committee. We can hear from witnesses, experts in the field to determine what we should do with the minimum sentences that have been applied in other countries. For example, in the United States, there are examples throughout the world. So we can determine whether minimum sentences have solved crime. Has it reduced the incidence of crime? Thank you, Madam Speaker. So once again, the Bloc Québécois will be voting in favor of the bill at this stage so that it can be sent to committee and we can fulfill expectations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Mississauga, Arundel.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened intently to the honourable member's speech, and I'm pleased to hear that his party will at least support this very important bill to go to committee. He raised the issue of mandatory minimum penalties, and of course we've heard this from the bloc before, but I'm a little confused because a few weeks ago when we were debating S9, the bill on auto theft, there was a mandatory minimum penalty there for auto theft on, when a conviction on auto theft on a third conviction offence of 6 months. In the House, a member of his party, in fact, I think it was the justice critic for his party, said, you know, we're not rigidly ideologically against mandatory minimum penalties, and as an example, we're gonna vote in favor of this one because we think 6 months is fairly reasonable in this case. And then when it went through committee, the bloc moved a motion to have that deleted because they decided that they were, in fact, ideologically opposed to mandatory minimum penalties. Perhaps he'd like to explain why changing mandatory minimum or including a mandatory minimum penalty for accessing child pornography and sexual exploitation of children, moving the minimum on summary conviction up from 14 days to 90 days, or on indictment from 45 days to 6 months, is outrageous. And perhaps he could also comment on the impact on people's faith and confidence in the justice system when they see child sexual predators spend a minimum of 15 days in jail.
The honourable member for Argenté, Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I would say that the Bloc Québécois' position has never changed.
Was it?
And I said that in my speech. It is based on history, on Quebec and Canada's legal history. What our ancestors handed down to us as a legal heritage. The idea behind that is to trust judges. But what we can see is that Conservatives have no trust in judges at all. And that is very concerning, Madam Speaker, because the Conservatives, what they are doing is what the Republicans did in the United States. They replace judges with people who share their philosophy. Now, here they haven't yet dared do that in Canada, but their other tactic is to amend the criminal code and to add mandatory sentences and penalties wherever they can. Now, I understand, my colleague, there may be a violation, an offense. We can look at it and then hear the witnesses. And we may hear that justice was served in these cases. So we must continue to put our trust in judges. That is the way we have always proceeded, and this will not change in this case. That is, with regard to Bill C-54, we'll send it to committee, we'll hear from witnesses, and we'll see how the content of the bill will evolve thanks to that. Questions and comments?
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And earlier today, the member for Scarborough Rouge River, when he was making his presentation, indicated that he'd added up all the amendments to the criminal code and found out that the government has like 15 amendments to the criminal code here. And his statement is that the government could have simply created one omnibus bill and brought it before the House, much the same way they seem to be able to do the last 2 years with the budget. And that brings us to the next suggestion, that perhaps because the criminal code is now 100 years old and is in serious need of a complete rework and a revamp, that this government should come clean with the citizens of Canada and perhaps approach the provinces and look at public hearings on a complete rewrite of the criminal code. Is that a reasonable suggestion for the government to follow, or do you think the government is simply interested in bringing these amendments out just one at a time for short-term political gain?
The honourable member for Argenteau, Papineau, Mirabel. Madam Speaker, I believe that we should at least look at what our colleague is proposing, because the difficult reality is that the 15 amendments, or bills rather, put forward by the Conservatives, is that they use media events. They have many more of these bills prepared. They wait for these media events in order to build political capital, and they use the discontent elicited in the public to score political points. Now, once the event has passed into history, if you look at the surveys, everything it goes back to normal. So we can't simply poo-poo the legal heritage that we have received. It is a part of us. And so what is dangerous is that the Conservative Party, especially as part of a minority government, is that there's a great deal of discontent with regard to this government across the country, and especially in Quebec, and unfortunately they try to play on certain one-off events, and it's as if they're trying to use the public to score political points. And so an in-depth review of the criminal code, that's something we'll have to look at.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River, quick question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wonder how the honourable member reacted to the suggestion from the parliamentary secretary from Mississauga Erindale, who suggested, how would you feel if a person who assaulted a child only got the minimum 15 days? I'd be willing to bet the parliamentary secretary my personally signed autographed copy of Bill C-54 that he doesn't even know the average sentence that has been given out to offenders who commit offenses against children. He doesn't even know, and yet in our debate he's challenging on how do you feel about a 15-day minimum sentence without any facts, any statistical data at all. And that's not a good way to debate public policy. How does the member feel about that?
The honourable member for Argenteuil, Papineau, Mirabel. I believe that my Liberal colleague, I can see that he has understood exactly what's going on, and in any case, he's a law expert. Our justice system is much too important to leave it in the hands of political predators, because that's what the Conservative Party is. They play on crimes that are committed. They play on they depend on the media blowing it out of proportion. And one day, perhaps there will be something in the criminal code about that, Madam Speaker.
So, very last question. The honourable member for Mississauga Erindale, maybe 30-second question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Scarborough raised a point. He said he didn't think I knew the average, the statistics for average penalties imposed on sexual predators. He probably missed the speech that I made earlier this morning. Had he been here, he would have heard that, in fact, in 2008, 80% of the people convicted of sexual offenses against children in this country got no minimum sentence whatsoever, because they were charged under provisions of the Act that don't even have minimum penalties. He should...
The honourable member for Argenteuil, Papineau, Mirabel. Madam Speaker, I would say that if my Liberal colleague says that the Conservative colleague signed autographs on the bill without knowing what was in it, well, I think perhaps that my Liberal colleague was right.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-54. And I want to say at the outset that the NDP caucus will be supporting this bill, and certainly will be encouraged to see it make its way in due course to committee. I think there is potential for an amendment or two along the way. There's a possibility of a charter issue, and we wouldn't want to pass a bill through and then see it successfully knocked down by a charter challenge. But I believe there's ways to deal with that at committee, and the member knows that our critic, the member for Windsor-Tecumseh, is certainly on top of that issue, and we'll be bringing that up at the committee stage. Madam Speaker, the bill creates mandatory sentences for 7 existing offences relating to child exploitation, including sexual assault where the victim is under the age of 16 years, Section 271. Aggravated sexual assault where the victim is under age 16 years of age, Section 273. Incest where the victim is under 16 years of age, Section 155. Luring a child through the use of a computer, Section 172.1. And exposure, subsection 173, subsection 2. Bill C-54 also creates 2 new offenses of making sexually explicit materials available to a child and agreeing to or arranging to commit a sexual offense against a child. As well, the bill expands the list of conditions that may be added to prohibitions and recognizance orders to include prohibitions concerning contact with persons under 16 and the use of the Internet. Now, by way of explanation for past histories, Madam Speaker, this substance of this bill has in fact been introduced by former and current colleagues of mine in the House. As a matter of fact, on May 13th of this year, we have the member for New Westminster, Coquitlam, Port Moody, reintroduced a legislation to strengthen laws to protect children against child luring and abuse, and that was just a few months ago that he introduced this bill to the House, and that, Madam Speaker, was a rework of bills previously introduced by Don Black, a former member of this House. So the NDP has a history of concern for this issue, and more than concern, actually doing something about it by introducing legislation in this House. Now, I do want to, I know my time is limited today, and I do want to follow up on several points, but certainly I thought a very important point made by the member for Scarborough Rouge River, because not only today, Madam Speaker, but on previous occasions, and it's not only him, but another member of his caucus, also a lawyer, has noted in the past that the criminal code has been around now for over 100 years. It's basically being held together by sticky tape. We simply keep amending the criminal code by little bits and pieces here and there over many, many years, many, many decades, and when in fact the language is even out of date in the criminal code. So it's way overdue that a government, maybe not this government, or maybe a future government will have to do it, will have to pull out the criminal code and sit down and start working on a revamp. And the revamp can happen, I believe, by the government announcing it, and with cooperation by the provinces, having hearings across the country, getting many, many groups involved. And in many ways, I think that would have been a more sensible way for the government to proceed overall on crime, and perhaps it would have done better with the public as a result. And by way of example, I once again want to mention what happened in a similar minority government in Manitoba with Gary Filmon. Gary Filmon was very smart premier who knew earlier on that the way to get legislation through the House was not to bully and fight and cajole and threaten like this government does. His approach on any controversial issue, Meech Lake, Charlottetown, was to call in the leaders. The leaders were Sharon Carstairs, who is now a senator, leader of the Liberal Party, and Gary Dewar, who's now the actually conservative appointment as ambassador to the United States. And those leaders worked together. They worked together very, very well where they dealt with the smoking ban. Matter of fact, the smoking ban was actually introduced by a conservative member, by a conservative member who was in opposition under the NDP. And I'm just pointing out to you that that practice that was set up by Mr. Filmon not only succeeded, followed through his government in the minority situation, but because it worked so well, he continued doing it for the rest of his tenure as a majority conservative premier. And then Premier Dewar, when he took over, guess what? He had a majority government. He didn't have to listen to the opposition ultimately. What he did is he kept doing what had been working in the past. And I haven't had the time to go back and look at the minority government of Lester Pearson, but we are getting dangerously close to having this government being in office almost as long as that Liberal government of Lester Pearson. But the difference is that while this government has accomplished almost nothing because of its antagonistic views towards the opposition, the Lester Pearson government actually accomplished many, many things. It got Medicare, it unified the forces, it brought in a new Canadian flag. But these were not just simple issues that they had to deal with. These were very, very controversial, divisive issues in the country at the time. And yet after 6 years, the Lester B. Pearson government was able to show a lot. It was actually a beacon. So my question always is to this government is why can't they learn from best practices? They don't have to go overseas to check this one out. It's right here in their backyard. There's their own Gary Filmon in Manitoba. Check out what happened there. There's a Lester B. Pearson experience. And I know that when premiers become elected to office and prime ministers become elected to office, the game changes for them. They start thinking in terms of legacy and what are they going to show for their time here. And I have no idea why the prime minister would have frittered away literally, 5 years. The member opposite is trying to bring in some changes to question period and stuff like that, and he has to fight his own members to get through. But just to get back to the bill at hand here, Madam Speaker, the fact of the matter is that Bill C-54 recognizes that children are particularly vulnerable to sexual abuse and exploitation, and the government committed in March of 2010 during their speech from the throne to better protect children by increasing penalties for sexual offenses against children. The proposed Protecting Children from Sexual Predators Act supports this commitment in two ways. It ensures, Madam Speaker, that the penalties imposed for sexual offenses against children better reflect the extremely serious nature of these acts and are consistent with each other, and by seeking to prevent child sex offenders from engaging in conduct that would facilitate their sexual offending or reoffending. And the legislation would amend the criminal code. Now, I want to say that there has been a sea change in our attitudes towards these sort of offenses over the years. Many years ago, these offenses were happening probably in the same rates that they are right now. But it was swept under the carpet and it was hidden. And we have to thank people like Theo Fleury and certainly Sheldon Kennedy, two hockey players who have come forward with their previous experiences. But even before that, I recall in the Manitoba legislature, current Senator Sharon Carstairs, who was leader of the Manitoba Liberal Party at the time, appearing before the legislature in a very emotional manner. There was not a dry eye in the House explaining that how she was abused as a child, and that was something that probably made some people uncomfortable, and it's certainly groundbreaking, because up until that point, nobody, I don't think any politician would have done something like that. But she, explained her situation, and people were very, very happy that she did. And that is just, once again, the examples that I just gave of the cases of Graham James involving Theo Fleury and Sheldon Kennedy. This just masks just part of the problem here. This hockey coach, Graham James, abused dozens, if not hundreds, of boys who are still afraid to come forward. We're seeing only the tip of the iceberg here. So it's very important to have role models, have people come forward and give their experiences, because simply hiding the abuse basically leads to more problems for the individual along the way. We've gone through the whole residential schools issue in the Native communities and all the abuse that was involved there. We've gone through abuses in the church organizations. Once again, up until 1970s, it was probably whispered about and talked about, but there was no openness about the whole issue. And after that period of the 1970s, people who were abused are now coming forward, and they're finding that they are being embraced by society. They're not being rejected and vilified the way many of them would have thought perhaps they would have been. They've come forward. So I think this law is a very good law, and I do want to also make some observations about the whole issue of sex tourism, because it's very important for this government, this country, to get tough on the criminals in this country. But we don't want to, having said that, we don't want to be exporting our problems somewhere else. And so I know we have laws against sex tourism, and it's debatable. Some people say they're not being enforced. They're not tough enough. They're not being enforced properly enough. But those have to be enforced. The laws have to be toughened if necessary. But the government has to be showing a very clear example here that this type of activity will not be tolerated. This type of activity will be punished. And we have to do work throughout the world to try to influence governments in some of these areas, like Thailand, like other countries where the sex tourism is flourishing, to have them bring in similar laws and enforcement in their jurisdictions. And I recognize that it's a never-ending game, because like the internet issues, the problem gets solved in one place and simply goes somewhere else. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to work on that issue. I do want to also, with the few minutes I have left, talk about the role of the victims and why we should be supporting victims, particularly in situations like this. We have had in Manitoba since 1970-71, Manitoba government, the very first NDP government in Canada under Ed Schreier, among many, many initiatives, MINCOM, Guaranteed Annual Income Program, state-run auto insurance, and many, many other programs, was the very first in Canada to set up what is known as the Criminal Injuries Compensation Act. And now that act has been operating as a fund for the last 40 years, providing compensation to victims of crime, so that if somebody if somebody's a victim of being attacked and beaten up, that they receive compensation from this Criminal Injuries Compensation Act. And I really think that it's incumbent upon this government to set up a national fund
We have one, I believe, in Ontario as well. But the government here, the national government, should be setting up a national fund if they really believe in helping victims of crime, which they certainly talk about a lot. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comme il est 13h30.
Since it is 1:30, the House will now address private members' business according to the standing order on the order paper today.
Resuming debate at second reading on Bill C-568, an act to amend the Statistics Act, mandatory long-form census, standing in the name of Ms. Bennett.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about this bill today, and let me say right off the top that the rural parts of this country very much need a long-form census. We need to know who lives here. We need to know where they live. We need to ensure that services like health care and education, employment assistance, all these, we need to ensure that all these are provided fairly and equally right across this country. Urban areas, of course, the long-form census is just as important. But I'm going to sort of keep my remarks mostly to my riding and to the issues that we face and why the long-form census is so important to my part of Northern Ontario. So, Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to speak today on Bill C-568, and it's an act to amend the Statistics Act, and we're dealing with the long-form census. Now, the New Democratic Party is generally supportive of this bill because it seeks to reverse the ideologically based decision of the Conservative government to cancel the long-form census. The bill also removes the punishment of imprisonment for a person convicted of providing false or misleading information. Now, while I am supportive of this bill, and while we are supportive of this bill, it's also important to note that I don't think it goes far enough. Bill C-583, introduced by my colleague from Windsor West, goes one step further by enshrining into law the primacy of evidence-based decision-making over political maneuvering, the likes that we've seen with this Conservative government. Now, to be clear, both elements of Bill C-568 are fully supported. For the record, one more time, not a single Canadian has been imprisoned for failing to fill out the long-form census. The imprisonment element should be removed right now. However, we do need to go further by removing political interference from Statistics Canada's ability to do its job and provide an accurate picture of our country. The chief statistician must be able to do his or her job in an environment free of political meddling by an ideological government intent on suppressing evidence and information that contradicts, in this case, the narrow Conservative agenda. Now, we can just imagine the outrage from the national and the international community if the government were to meddle in the independence of the Bank of Canada, for example. It wouldn't be tolerated. So why should we accept the government's heavy-handedness when it comes to interfering with our chief statistician and his or her ability to do the job? Now, hundreds of individuals, organizations, businesses, and governments coast to coast raised the alarm bells because of the terrible decision to cancel the long-form census. Now, despite the unsubstantiated claims by Conservative MPs about mythical complaints about the intrusiveness of the long-form census, we know that the majority of citizens support and understand the need for the long-form census. Now, losing the long-form census will have a detrimental impact on our communities in Thunder Bay, Rainy River. Let's just look at the First Nations communities, for example. There are 10 First Nations in Thunder Bay, Rainy River. While they are connected by the road system, some are very, very far away from the main road. And it's important to have an accurate picture. Because if we don't have a long-form census that asks the kinds of questions that it does, we may not know what's going on in these isolated communities. You know, for example, without a long-form census, we wouldn't know that Couchiching First Nation, as of this past September, had 22 students who had graduated from high school but did not have the ability to go on to post-secondary education because the funding was not there. We would also know that in that same community, last year they sent their very first student to medical school. They had their first PhD return to the community. So here we are making advances right across my riding, and I would suggest that that's duplicated right across the country. Just when First Nations are beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel, particularly as far as education is concerned, the taps get turned off. And without a long-form census, we don't know, and we won't know that that's happening. And so it's important for all of our communities to have the input into the long-form census to protect them and to let all Canadians know, to give all Canadians a snapshot of what's going on in those communities. So I guess, you know, when you see the importance of the long-form census, is it any wonder the government was taken to court on the issue? It seems as if the government is trying everything. It's sort of relentless efforts to shut down any source of credible data that provides anything objective, any sort of objective evidence necessary for developing good public policy. A short while ago here on Parliament Hill, parliamentarians and members of Canada's very professional public service were invited to a special panel discussion on a very timely topic, evidence versus ideology of Canadian public policy. The event was sponsored by the Canadian Association of Professional Employees, the Association of Canadian Financial Officers, and the Professional Institute of the Public Service of Canada. Now, the event aimed to launch a public debate regarding the current state and possible future of evidence-based policymaking in Canada. There were a number of distinguished speakers on the panel, and the discussion was fascinating because these panelists and the participants acknowledged that there has always been a role for ideology in public policy. However, they noted that in the past 2 years, we've seen an emergence of a worrisome pattern. First, the government gagged public servants and fired others who dared to disagree with it, or gave it policy recommendations that didn't fit into their ideologically driven agenda. Second, the government cancelled surveys and the long-form census to ensure that statisticians, economists, academics, and other professionals did not have access to objective data that provided damning evidence of the government's policy failures. And I suppose perhaps the object is, and I'm just guessing here, Madam Speaker, perhaps the object is to put it all into the private domain. Let private companies do the work of the long-form census. Well, they do. They do sometimes. Take, for example, a recent, earlier this week, BDO Dunwoody study about my pension protection bill, C-501. Dunwoody asked CEOs from across Canada what they thought of the bill. More than half of the CEOs who replied said it is a good bill. This should go ahead. Parliament should move it ahead. Those are the kinds of things that the government should be finding out about legislation that happens in this place. And I fear, Madam Speaker, that the Conservative government is dragging the country backwards. And a clear majority of Canadians are saying, no, you can't drag us backwards. And the majority of parliamentarians in this House support restoring the long-form census, protecting the professional role of Canada's chief statistician, and removing the threat of imprisonment in the Act. Yet the minority government continues to thumb its nose at the majority will of Parliament. An insult to democracy, an insult to this place itself. Bill C-568 is specific to the government's decision to cancel the long-form census. I believe this House needs to have a wider debate about the government's treatment of public servants. It's setting public policy based on belief, not public interest. Its rejection of evidence-based public policy, its attempt to shut down public access to objective data, and its attempt to stop credible analysis of its failed policies. Well, this will not work. We're on to the Conservatives, and so are Canadians. Madam Speaker, in closing, I offer my party's support for this bill and urge the House to bring other necessary changes to protect our professional public service from the kind of pervasive political interference by ministers and their political staff. We need to end this trend, and we need to do it quickly before we are dragged any further.
Resuming debate. Reprise débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, to address this matter, Madam Speaker, the bill before us, 568, from my colleagues from St. Paul's. I had the pleasure of seconding the bill when she introduced it in the House. This is a bill which follows up on a decision that the government first announced in June, that they wouldn't we would no longer have a mandatory long-form census distributed, that it would become some sort of a survey that would be on a voluntary basis. Even though the decision was announced in June, it had been taken months before. But as soon as the decision was announced, after Parliament had conveniently shut down for the summer, reactions started, Madam Chair. We had very strong reaction from Canada's partners in this federation, all the provinces and territories, indicating in a great majority that this was a decision that they thought was wrong. We had the same from municipalities across the country, saying that they thought this decision was a wrong one, that we should not scrap the mandatory long form of the census. We had the same thing from universities and colleges across the country, and various departments of universities involved with the science of statistics also decrying the decision that this was not the way to go. Churches throughout the country, people representing churches have also said this is not the thing to do. Businesses, starting with the Bank of Canada, said this is the decision that's going to affect our ability to deliver programs. You know, when it starts getting like that, you've got to wonder what was behind such a decision. We've had a number of scientists come forward. Even the chief statistician felt that it was best to tender his resignation with some of the statements coming from the government that he could not support. We've had also reactions across the world from statisticians, from organizations wondering what goes. I mean, this flies in the face of an international agreement on the use of statistics and census that Canada is a party to. Yet the government seems intent on not changing its mind. Madam Chair, we had two days of hearings this summer from the Industry Committee, 2 full days. I was privileged to be part of those both days, and we heard from an overwhelming number of the witnesses saying that this is a decision they wish the government would rescind, and that they would maintain the long-form census in the mandatory manner. Now we even have comments from federal government departments. As of yesterday, in the publication in the Canadian Press from Ms. Jennifer Ditzburn, published yesterday, here through access to information, she obtained some of the comments given to the government by various departments. Statistics Canada, and I'm quoting from the article that I have here from the Canadian Press, Statistics Canada scrambled to assemble research last December on the Prime Minister's decision and consulted data users across government. A briefing note was drafted for the Deputy Minister at Industry Canada, detailed the specific consequences of replacing the long questionnaire with a voluntary survey. And with the number of Canadians filling out the forms potentially decreasing by as much as 40%, according to the memo. A number of other federal activities would feel the loss of data. And here are some specific departments' concerns. Human Resources and Skill Development Canada, less reliable data would compromise their ability to determine EI eligibility, assess skills development and retraining, and apply the federal-provincial agreement on labour mobility. For Indian and Northern Affairs Canada, absence of reliable long-form data will not allow them to effectively manage, evaluate, and measure performance of programs in areas of Aboriginal health, housing, education, and economic development. For Citizenship and Immigration Canada, a broad range of programs dealing with selecting and settling immigrants, including a pan-Canadian agreement on foreign credentials, would be hit. A question in the long form on country and of educational attainment specifically provides information to support this program. You know, and the conclusion that seems to come from the bureaucrats of our federal public service, it cannot be anticipated at this time if a successful resolution of these issues is even feasible to provide reasonable quality data at affordable cost. So the question, you know, remains, why did we do this if everybody and their brother was arguing that this was a wrong decision? We thought initially it might be a matter of a concern with privacy. So we asked the Privacy Commissioner. The answer is no. There's never been a leak of any of the data collected through the long-form census. Never. So obviously that's not the concern, Madam Speaker. We asked, there was this thing that we keep hearing about, it's to make sure Canadians don't go to jail. Well, no Canadians have gone to jail over this in the history of the census taking. None. So obviously that's not the reason either. Then we started hearing about the experts. And they all confirmed that if you're going to have a voluntary form as opposed to a mandatory one, the information that will be collected will be biased, will be of lesser quality, and especially with small communities. The arguments they put forward are that if it's a voluntary format, those earning more money, the very well-to-do, will seek anonymity and will not fill it out. And those who feel more vulnerable in our society will also not fill it out for fear of whatever. And we're going to have a reading of our society that is not appropriate, not equal, not accurate, where the inequities of our society are no longer measured appropriately, Madam Speaker. So when we start asking, oh yes, by the way, if you think this is all theory, it's not. Because the U.S. tried this under the George Bush administration. They tried scrapping the mandatory long-form census or equivalent, and they reversed themselves because they realized that the information they were gathering was not as accurate as before and not as reliable as before. So you think maybe they're doing this to save money. That would be sort of in line with the philosophy of the government. But no, they're going to spend $30 million more. So you have to wonder, why are they doing this? It's proven that it's wrong by what the states have done. Everybody in Canada, or almost, is saying don't do it. So, and we're going to be spending $30 million more to get information that is less reliable. Well, you start having to wonder if why they're doing this. And one conclusion, it's a conclusion that many of us are forced to arrive at, and we've heard it before, is that in order to facilitate a shift from evidence-based decision-making, which has traditionally been the way governments in our country have reached their decisions, we're going to make sure that we're not going to have as qualified or as high-quality information to be able to have ideologically driven decision-making. And that is where the rubber hits the road, Madam Speaker. We can't allow that. That's why you're having members of Parliament in this House saying, no, we are going to ask we've asked the government. We've had a motion in this House where the majority of us, elected representatives of the people of the country, said, don't do this. And the government said, no, we're going to stick to our guns. Well, now we're going to have a bill in this House. And I suspect, and I hope, that the government will respect the will of this House when the bill passes, as I believe it will next Wednesday, I think, when we're having it read at second reading, Madam Speaker. And that is why we've done this, because to move from evidence-based decision-making to ideologically based decision-making by scrambling the ability of the government to have accurate information, and the impact it has on municipalities, on universities, on provinces, on business is just untold. It is a shameful decision, and I wish that the government would accept the fact that the country wants them to reverse themselves on this, and they don't seem to, so we'll force them to. And if we can't do it that way, be sure of one thing, Madam Speaker. When we form a government, we will. We will make sure that the census reverts back to a long-form mandatory method where we can read accurately the situation, the snapshot of Canada, and then have programs designed to address the inequities in our society. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon-Rosetown Bigger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me begin my remarks by quoting someone who has been much quoted in the ongoing debate about the 2011 census, the former chief statistician, Ivan Falegi. In an address to the International Statistical Institute in 2003, he said the following: "Privacy is generally defined as the right to be left alone, to be free from interference, from surveillance and from intrusion. Information privacy involves the right to control information about oneself. The heart of information privacy, therefore, is informed consent, i.e. the right to give or deny consent for the use of information about oneself. In this sense, all surveys, certainly all that are compulsory, are privacy intrusions." This is one point on which Ivan Falegi and I can agree. Perhaps we also agree that there has been a growing concern in official statistics in Canada and internationally about the use of coercion in government data collection. Many countries have removed imprisonment from the penalties imposed on individuals and businesses who refuse to participate in government surveys that are conducted on a mandatory basis. Some countries, where their administrative data systems permit, have chosen to dispense with surveys. In the 80s, Canada showed international leadership by introducing the notion into the Statistics Act that surveys could be conducted on a voluntary basis. Statistics Canada then showed leadership by making the vast majority of its household surveys voluntary. For over 20 years now, Madam Speaker, Statistics Canada has been releasing useful and usable data and information from those voluntary surveys. And for over 20 years, governments, organizations, businesses, and individual Canadians have been using that information to help them make informed decisions on everything ranging from new programs to new products. A few countries have made specific questions, such as questions on religion, voluntary, even in their censuses. This government has taken the next logical step in this progression by looking into the census itself and recognizing that some questions are sufficiently intrusive that Canadians should not be legally compelled to answer them. The bill we are debating today is regressive because it seeks to restore legal compulsion for all census questions, however intrusive, and for this reason, it must be rejected. The Parliament of 1970 that adopted the current Statistics Act showed wisdom in crafting its terms. It recognized in Section 21 that questions that would be asked in a census of population, of an entire population, on a mandatory basis, with severe legal penalties for non-compliance, should be approved not by civil servants, but by elected officials. In reviewing proposals for the 2011 census, this government has taken its responsibilities very seriously. We do not believe that the government's role in the approval of census questions should be to rubber stamp proposals from the chief statistician. This is not what Parliament intended. We reviewed the proposals carefully in coming to our decision. Let us be clear on what our government decided. We concluded that some of the questions proposed for the 2011 census of population were sufficiently important that they should continue to be asked on a mandatory basis. These are the questions necessary to establish the population of the country, information that is needed for the definition of electoral districts, and to determine intergovernmental transfer payments involving billions of dollars. They are also the questions that will provide the information necessary to provide government services to local communities in the official language of their choice. We similarly decided that all questions proposed for the 2011 Census of Agriculture should be asked on a mandatory basis in order to support extensive government programs and policy interventions in this sector. The government also decided, as a matter of fundamental principle, that the remaining questions proposed for the 2011 Census of Population were too intrusive to be asked of Canadians on a mandatory basis. The government recognized the utility for all governments and many other organizations of the information that would have been derived from the remaining questions. It is for this reason that the government asked Statistics Canada to develop options to collect this information through a voluntary survey. It is for this reason that the government then selected, approved, and funded one of these options. We understood also that there would be consequences for data quality, but we have worked and will continue to work with Statistics Canada to ensure that we will obtain the best possible results from the voluntary National Household Survey. We have great faith in our world-leading statistical agency to find the means that will ensure that this new survey will meet the needs of the greatest possible number of users. And we will, of course, learn from 2011 to improve future cycles of the census and the survey. This bill seeks to turn back the hands of the clock. It fails to respect the privacy of Canadians, their right to refuse to participate in a survey when they cannot be persuaded that the public purpose of the inquiry justifies the surrender of their personal information. It seeks to transfer to a public servant decisions that clearly belong to elected officials. The government cannot support these aspects of the bill. There is one point on which the government can concur with the bill, however, and that is with respect to the removal of imprisonment as a penalty for Canadians who refuse to participate in surveys that are mandatory under the Statistics Act. Other developed countries around the world have already taken this step, and it is time for Canada to join them. We are pleased to see that other members of the House have rallied to the government's view on this issue. Unfortunately, the bill is incomplete in removing the sanction of imprisonment. Other sections of the Act also contain this penalty. The government will be bringing forward legislation of its own to completely remove this penalty for non-compliance with mandatory surveys conducted under the Statistics Act. I urge my honourable colleagues to do the right thing for Canadians and reject this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased today to speak to Bill C-568, which is an act to amend the Statistics Act, mandatory long-form census. And I think at the beginning I'll just read the summary of the bill so that the viewing public can understand it. This enactment amends the Statistics Act to provide that the census of population taken under Section 19 of the Act must be taken using a long-form census questionnaire that conforms substantially in length and substantive scope to the census starting in 1971 and at intervals thereafter to meet the requirements of that section. This enactment also removes the punishment of imprisonment for a person convicted of the offense of providing false or misleading information. And I congratulate the member, who is a long-standing member in this House, for introducing this particular bill. But you know, Madam Speaker, when this initiative was announced by the government many months ago, I happen to feel that most people really thought that it was even conservatives that I talked to in the members of the public feel it's the most biggest boneheaded move that this government has made since the killing of the prison farms. You know, generally speaking, the public
settle down based on ideology and their voting patterns, and when the government of their choice introduces something, they try to fit and they try to understand what the government's doing, and by and large they find a way to accept, if they're conservatives, what their government is doing and work out a rationale for it. But these are two issues that I find, talking to conservatives, just leave them puzzled. They can't explain, and they don't agree that the prison farms should have been eliminated, and they certainly don't agree that the census should be changed. But that aside, Madam Speaker, there are many other organizations who have the same view on this matter. There are business organizations across the country who require the statistics provided by the census to conduct proper business operations, and as the previous Liberal member had mentioned, that in his attempt to find out why the government was doing this, he looked at the cost of it, and he said, well, this government is spending $30 million more to get less reliable data. It doesn't make sense. And then I look back to a question that in fact I asked back September 28th, and we are looking at best practices. And I know I like to talk about best practices because that's the hallmark of conservatives. Whatever line of business you're talking about, computers, IT issues, it's always best practices, and they're lined up with conservatives. Well, the best practices here would seem to be the United States. They always seem to want to follow where the United States is going, and always 6 months or 6 years behind. But they tried this back in 2003 I don't know whether the members checked this out or not, but back in 2003, George Bush, when he was the president, the Americans tried this experiment out. And the U.S. Census Bureau conducted an experiment, and it found out that the data was degraded so much that fixing it would be too expensive, and so they abandoned the idea. So, what sort of planning is this government involved in, and what sort of planning did they do to develop this sort of approach? And of course, I think we know over here what the approach was. It was a knee-jerk ideological approach to the problem. They had a preconceived notion that their conservative ideology tells them that this census is an irritant to a certain number of their supporters, and they probably heard from a few of them over the years. And I'm sure that it's the libertarian part of the party that's flexing its muscles at this point. They haven't had a lot of support from this government over the last 4 or 5 years, as the government sort of tried to race to the center, by and large, to recoup as much of that center ground from the Liberals that they could get their hands on. And so now they have to, every once in a while, throw some red meat at those libertarians in their group. That, Madam Speaker, is the only reason, the absolute only reason, that anybody can understand why they would have gone with this measure. Because there is just no support out there in the public for them doing what they're doing. And any government that outside of the Joe Clark government that seemed to have suicidal tendencies from day one, and in fact was the government that started sending pension checks to federal prisoners. Outside of that suicidal tendency, we haven't seen that in the Conservative Party consistently over the years, but we certainly see that now, because we have, practically every business organization in the country is opposed to this. School boards are opposed to this. Pretty much each and every province. Maybe there's an exception over there that the members can give give me that where they could, say that they've got one province on side on this issue. But I know my home province of Manitoba certainly is not in favor of this approach to the to the census, and so it doesn't make any sense that if you're trying to build alliances, if you're trying to get allies, if you're trying to build support, to go and torch your relationships with such a broad base of support in the country. So, Madam Speaker, we are certainly supportive of this bill because it seeks to reverse the ideologically based decision of the Conservative government to cancel the long-form census. And it removes the punishment of imprisonment for a person convicted for providing false and misleading information, and that's that is an issue. I mean, we know that nobody's ever spent any time in jail for failing to provide information to the census people, but the idea that was there, I think, may have weighed heavily on some people when they were asked to provide the information. But in our caucus, we feel that while we're supportive of the bill, it really doesn't go far enough, and we would have liked to see the Bill C-583 by our colleague from Windsor West, which goes one step further by enshrining in law the primacy of evidence-based decision-making over political maneuvering of the likes we've seen with the government. Of course, we've seen political maneuvering with this government not only here, but in a whole range of other areas. And the result, of course, has been that they have managed to alienate and fire people, in some cases, people that they've hired. In the case of the victims, the victims advocate, they hired him themselves 3 years ago, and now when they don't act the way they promised on the victim supports, they simply fire him and get somebody that sees things their way. So, Madam Speaker, as it indicated, no single Canadian has been imprisoned for failing to fill out the long-form census, but so we're going to get that removed by supporting this bill. And also, we have to remove the political interference in the process. The chief statistician has to be able to do his or her job in an environment free of political meddling by an ideological government, certainly one like this, intent on suppressing evidence and information that contradicts their own narrow conservative agenda. And I ask you, Madam Speaker, whether you could imagine the outrage from the national and the international community if the finance minister had interfered with the independence of the Bank of Canada governor to set monetary policy. So the question is, why should we accept the government's heavy-handedness interfering with our chief statistician's capacity to do her job? As I'd indicated, hundreds of individuals, organizations, businesses, governments from coast to coast, certainly an apolitical group of people have raised alarm bells about the terrible decision to cancel this long-form census. And we
Order. The honourable member time has expired. Resuming debate. Order, please. The honourable member for St. Paul's for her reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank all the honourable members for speaking to the bill, and we also thank the Speaker for his excellent ruling that this bill does not require royal recommendation, and therefore we hope to be voting on this and getting it to committee as quickly as possible so that we can have this bill into law. This bill speaks to this government's failure in two ways. What they are doing is harmful and unthinkable. How they have done it is an absolute. It is the worst of what we are seeing in this government in terms of its undemocratic approach and its approach to the citizens of this country. It is the ultimate top-down, misguided father knows best paternalism that we have seen, I think, since coming to this place. Not only seems to have been on the bucket list of the Prime Minister, who doesn't want to measure things, doesn't want to know where there's inequality, doesn't want to have to remedy things that are wrong, because in some ways that's just what the census is. It's a report card on how we're doing in our country and how we're dealing with inequalities in our country. So the audacity of the members opposite to actually be trying to prove that it doesn't really matter and that this is an issue of privacy. And I would think that the former chief statistician would be appalled that the member from Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger would be using his name and using a quote from him to defend something that he is so vehemently opposed to is a disgrace. The idea that she is switching the words about privacy in a way that is dishonest and misleading Canadians, in that the thing about the census is it is anonymous data. If people do not want the government to know what religion they are, they will not know what religion they are after they filled out the census. It is the continued use of the words intrusive and coercive that have been so destructive to ongoing. And as we learned this morning in the access to information, that because of this ongoing litany of coercive, intrusive from the minister and the members opposite, that there is serious concern, and there was serious concern expressed last year, that this ongoing disrespect for the need for a mandatory census will actually do a disservice to the short-form census, and even that will end up having less accurate data. It said this morning in the Canadian press, one of the key worries was that people might think that the basic census form, which asks Canadians where they live, their ages, sexes, and language they speak, would be also voluntary. Many Canadians may interpret the voluntary long form as applying as well to the mandatory short form, reads the briefing note released under the Access to Information. This would, in Statistics Canada view, create an unacceptable risk to the credibility of the population count derived from the short form census. If fewer people fill out the short form, the Statistics Agency worries that it would affect federal transfers to the provinces, the distribution of common seats, which the government seems to be trying to confuse us with, in terms of even C12 would not work without a proper response to the census, and it's time that they brought C12 back to this House as well, and which will, as the members of Canadians filling out the forms, potentially decreasing by as much as 40%. Also, the word mandatory also places an obligation on the government to follow up. And I think the most poignant testimony we had at Industry Committee this summer was from ITK, LCP Shiptiekpik, who said there was an amazing partnership that developed in the Arctic communities, and about how even though there are a community intimidated by forms, particularly because some of the elders don't speak English, it went on to say that having someone who's been trained through Stats Canada going to house, they're very comfortable having that person come and help fill out those forms, in that they want Canadians to know that there is an average of 16 people living in that house, and that is unacceptable. So as we go forward, it's a matter of saying the government has refused to honour the Opposition Day motion. We hope that they will, for once, as the Prime Minister said so many times before, honour the will of this House and do the right thing, enshrine it into the Statistics Act, and get on with the 2011 census that we all need.
La période réservée au débat. The time set aside for the debate has expired. Therefore, the question is as follows. Mr. Oliphant moved that Bill C-568, an act to amend the Statistics Act, mandatory long-form census, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? Yes. On division?
not on division. Okay? Que tous ceux qui appuient.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
All those who are opposed, please say nay. Pursuant to Standing Order 93. I'm sorry. All those in favor, please say yay. Yay! All those who oppose the motion, please say no. No! In my opinion, the yeas have it. Conformément à l'article 93.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division is referred until Wednesday, December 8th, at the time set aside for government business, private members' business.
Fort. Comme il est 2h15, la Chambre...
It being 2:15, this House stands adjourned until Monday at 11, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.